thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feeling like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. From town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
All right, all right, all right. How's everybody doing on this Saturday? My name is 12 Gauge. Welcome to my channel. If this is your first time here, I hope that you enjoy what you see, what you hear here. I'm waiting for some people to come in the chat. Glitter is forever. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? I hope that you're doing all right and that you're enjoying enjoying this Saturday. Myself, I'm just kind of chilling. Been doing nothing, just kind of relaxing. Did you see the comment I put for you last night? Posted your membership link to drop for iPhone users. No, I didn't. Can you drop that again in the chat? I was already of off the stream, so I wasn't able to see that. If you could drop that again, that'd be awesome. Um, like I was saying before, if you're a returning person, thank you so much for coming back. If you're new to my channel, please hit the subscribe button if you enjoy what I do. And also hit the unlike button if you don't enjoy what I do. And maybe leave me a comment, and that'll give me some constructive criticism to get better, because nobody's perfect, especially myself. So I always enjoy getting better for people. Well, I'll get it from you before the live is over, okay? Um, Here is my email address. Okay. If you could email that to me, that'd be awesome. That way I can drop it in the chat from time to time. Thank you so much for doing that. Anyways, on this Saturday, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody's been kind of relaxing and enjoying the good weather if you have it in your area. If not, I hope it gets better for you. The weather here in Texas, where I'm at, probably about 98. So it's kind of cooled down. It's just what we call a cold front rolling through, especially when it's been 100 or more um, throughout the last week. Yesterday, I did a couple lives, so if you haven't had a chance to go and watch those, um, you know, um, I hope that you guys get a chance to do that and that you enjoy that. Hey, absolutely 13. Thank you for being here. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know why it's not working. Well, I'll figure it out or something. I mean, or once one of my mods gets in here, maybe you could send it to them and they can drop it or something. I don't know. I don't know how you would do that. But anyways, let me move on with what I want to present today. We're going to talk about true crime, obviously, and this is not going to be anything like I have had in the past. Yesterday was kind of different. We were talking about serial killers. This one is a Ellen Greenberg case. It goes to, was it murder or was it suicide? So you have to ask yourself that question. Was it murder or was it suicide? So I'm gonna let Nancy Grace dictate a little bit of the case, and then we're gonna go up to the follow up, and then we're gonna continue to talk about it. So let me move over here to Nancy and let her do what she does and fill you in on the case. And I will be stopping it from time to time. I know it annoys people when I do that, but the only reason that I do that is because I can't let this whole thing play all the way through. I've tried that before and it's copyrighted me because whenever you're presenting somebody else's stuff, you have to give it time to like you're explaining it or you're commenting on it. So otherwise it'll copyright you and it'll stop the stream because it's already been done. Whoever owned the stream already streamed it once. So that's why I have to stop it from time to time. And I know it's annoying, but that's the best we got at this point. So let's get on with the story.
A beautiful young bride to be stabbed 20 times, including in her back, the back of her neck, actually nicking the dura of her spinal cord, the back of her head, the top of her head, all over her body. It was ruled a suicide, a bombshell in that case. And tonight, her family breaking their silence. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us.
All right, Nancy, we're ready for it.
Fire Department 842. What's the address? My fiance's on the floor with blood everywhere. Oh my God, she stabbed herself. There's a knife sticking out of her heart.
How did he know immediately that Ellen stabbed herself? because I would never think that my husband stabbed himself. I just wouldn't believe that. So, what was on the crime scene that suggested a suicide? Now, hold on. I don't want to put the cart before the horse. I want to listen to that 911 call because, as many of you know, there's nothing like a 911 call. Why is it significant? Why is it critical? Because that is the most probative, in other words, proves something, evidence that I know of, because it takes a jury or a listener, such as ourselves, back to the moment the crime is discovered. In this case, it was ruled there was no crime, that it was a suicide. I find that very difficult to believe, and I'll tell you why. But first, listen to more of the 911 call.
4601 Flat Rock?
Yes.
What's wrong?
I went downstairs to go work out. I came back up. The door was latched. My fiance's inside. She wasn't answering. So after about a half hour, I decided to break it down. I see her now just on the floor with blood. Like she's not responding.
Okay, is she breathing? Look at her chest. I need you to calm down. I need you to look at her chest. It's really.
I really don't think she is.
Listen to me. Someone's on the way. Look at her chest. Is she flat on her back?
She's on her back. So
Okay, look at her chest and tell me if it's going up and down, up and down.
I don't see her moving.
Okay, so whenever, let me break this down for you because Nancy said it, but she said it so fast. He went out to work out, and he comes back, and she's not breathing. She has a stab to her head. She has all these stabs, and he calls 911. He sounds so nonchalantly. And, before I did the serial killer live last night, I didn't really understand a lot of things as far as when people call 911 or they're involved in a crime scene like this, how they respond to it. You've heard of interrogations where the individual that's being interrogated is close to the victim. They're distraught. They're all over the place. Well, this guy sounds very calm to have just found his fiance in a pool of blood.
Okay, you are hearing the voice of Ellen Greenberg's fiance, who says, and let me understand that I've got these facts correct. Joining me an all-star panel, including Ellen's parents, Sandy and Josh. But to John Lucy joining us, a journalist for PennLive.com and the Patriot News of Harrisburg, also the author of Kill the Story. John, thank you for being with us. The workout room was in the building, correct?
Yes, there was a workout room in the building. And just to get the semantics right, when he comes back up, it wasn't bolted. It was a latch similar to those you find in a hotel room that swings over and clasps, but you can open the door a couple of inches. It wasn't a deadbolt. It was a latch like that you find in a hotel room. So,
okay, you see that latch right there? This is the kind of latch that he says he came back and the door was locked, or that the door was locked, but he meant that the door was latched from the inside. So the door was latched from the inside, and he said he couldn't get in, so he had to break the door down.
even if he would have the key, he'd be able to open the door a few inches. And those locks, those latches are easily defeated. In other words, there was some debate in the physical evidence whether the door was actually kicked in to dislodge that latch, as he described on the 911 tape. That's one of the many anomalies among the evidence.
And I want to be very clear. We are discussing why this case was not fully investigated. Why there are so many gaping, glaring holes in the investigation. Just for instance, The knife found plunged into Ellen's chest was never fingerprinted. The crime scene was not kept pristine. The apartment manager.
So why do y'all think that that knife was never fingerprinted? Because we learned whenever you go into a crime scene, the first thing you do is you corner off the evidence where it doesn't become contaminated. So this knife would have been, if it was in her heart, like you said, you walked in, this knife is thrust in her heart. So it's sticking out of her heart or the middle of her body almost. So why wasn't this knife fingerprinted once she was taken to get an autopsy or even to try to save her life? Did people drop the ball there?
Was allowed to bring in a cleaning crew before the scene was ever processed. Items such as Ellen's laptop. Wait, where's all the blood? There should have been blood everywhere, but there's not. Was there some sort of a cleanup? We believe the body was moved before police arrived. That's what I'm going to bring in Joe Scott Morgan, professor of forensics. But the question is, why has this case been stymied? Why is it that the then district attorney's office, the then attorney general's office, the then police didn't want this investigation to go forward? Why did the ME then change the mode of death from homicide to suicide? Why did that happen? What happened in the interim? There's just so much. But in the last days, there has been a bombshell. I want to go to Sandy and Josh Greenberg, Ellen's parents, who I now consider to be my friends. They are broken. They are practically broke because they have spent their life savings fighting this suicide ruling, and you can find them at GoFundMe Justice for Ellen. Sandy and Josh, thank you for being with us, and I want to apologize right up front for replaying the 911 call. I don't know if you are desensitized to it yet, if you've listened to it so many times, but I want to apologize. I hate dragging you through that, but it's evidence we cannot ignore.
Thank you, Nancy. My perspective on this whole thing is the fact that we have worked so hard and done so much and now reached a really crescendo or epitome of success in some fashion, that this has made up or has softened the blow of losing our daughter. We still have that there, but instead of being in the corner and crying or howling like I do when I go to the cemetery, we have done something. And we have done something that no one else has ever done in a case like this. And we've gotten farther than anybody in a case like this. So with the help of our attorneys, Mr. Pedroza and Mr. Trask, we are very happy today in some fashion. I know that may not make sense to some people, that we should be grieving. We grieve, but we also have a mission. We have a purpose. And you can see in those pictures who she is. Recently, I've had two lawyers, one working for the state of New York and one working for the state, not for the state, one is a criminal defensive lawyer, tell me I should fire my lawyers, I should stop spending money, I'm not going to get anywhere. And as we're going to discuss today, we have really got this case as far as we can go in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I believe. I'm not an attorney either.
Well, and I have to say,
you know, it's sad for the families whenever you're trying to get answers for your loved one like this, and you get the stalemate from the justice part of it. You know, you get the stalemate, and they're telling you, "Well, we've gone as far as we can. We can't go any further." This was a suicide. Based on what I've heard so far, and there's going to be on the next video that we discuss, it goes deeper into what was found. I mean, it's a shorter video, but it described the crime scene. It goes back into the crime scene. So if you're not familiar with this, like I was saying earlier, she was in the apartment. The boyfriend went to, or the fiance went to the gym. He comes back. The door is latched from the inside. He's calling her, no answer. Calling her, no answer. So he busts down the door. He walks in and sees all that blood. He sees, her laying on the ground. He called 911. We heard the 911 call. But like what Nancy said, it looked like it was cleaned up. There was not a lot of blood there. And it looked like she had been repositioned. So wouldn't they have went in investigating this and even put laminol on the floor where you could see more blood splatter rather than just taking it as, you know, this is what it is. And that's just weird to me that, if you back it up a couple steps, you can see the kitchen area and there's a pool of blood and then there's a little bit of splatter, but there's not as much blood as you'd think there'd be concerning this situation. I mean, it just very very under investigated in my place. Glitter said there's no way in hell this was a suicide. There's just no way she could have done all that damage to herself. Exactly. Maybe she had locked him out. That could be a very very good possibility. Pretty telling, stabbed in the heart like you're not going to love me, you will never love me anymore. I have this problem with the alibi. Do you? Yes, I do. I mean, he went to the gym, so that showed that he was gone from the inside of the apartment. But can anybody verify that? Was there any camera footage? Was there any, did he have to sign in with a card or anything like that? She was stabbed in the back of the neck and even took off part of her spine. Yes, we're going to see that in the other video. There's just no way in some of the stories after her death. Exactly. Maybe she did lock him out, and then he busted down the door, killed her, and had to explain it. Hey, that's a good thought right there. But it seems like he would be on camera. Most gyms have cameras. You would think, but this gym was in the apartment complex, so you don't know if they had cameras in the hallways, if they had cameras in the gym. You I haven't heard anything about camera footage, but we're gonna watch the rest of this. He caught his brother before the police, seen on the building camera, brother helping brother. Okay. That's interesting to know right there. So I have a question to ask you guys. What is it? Yeah, exactly. But I haven't heard of a camera yet. What is it with people calling family, calling friends, calling other people rather than calling the police first? He said that he was gone for 45 minutes and they waited outside before getting in there. Even apartment building gym, that's how they got the treadmill murder, his little boy. This is a crime of passion. Okay. Well, let's watch a little bit more and see what they say.
You do have a success today. For over 13 years, you and Sandy have been fighting this suicide ruling. And in the last days, a momentous turn of events. You've been turned down by every court, by every prosecutor, you name it. Sandy, in the last hours, you and Josh, Ellen's parents, have achieved something that has never been done before in that jurisdiction. And that is, you are going to be allowed, finally, after 13 years, to challenge the suicide ruling. Does that
13
mean it's going
years.
to be ruled a homicide? No. Does that mean that there is a person of interest or a suspect? No. It means that there may be an investigation of your daughter's murder.
Correct. Yep. Which I never expected to get such great news and to advance this far, but I'm not giving up. She was someone that we were raising to be the best possible version of herself, and poof, she's gone. We'll never be grandparents. We'll never have grandchildren, but I want to make her proud of us. I hope we are.
I want to ask you something, Sandy. I remember the day that you and Josh and I went to the cemetery, and I walked up to where Ellen is buried. And you, but especially Josh, hung back. You could hardly even bring yourself to walk up to her plot in that cemetery. And then you couldn't speak. Why is it you couldn't bring yourself to walk up to that headstone?
It's hard to believe that that's where her body was laid to rest. And weeks after, she had died in the wintertime, and weeks after, I'd be driving at night and it's rainy and cold and nasty. And I think of my child's body lying in the box in the cemetery with all this nastiness all around her. And I just can't believe, she's just been completely eliminated.
That's another thing, guys. I can't understand how people can be so callous to the family members. Like when they talk about the family members, it's almost like the family members should grieve how society feels that they should grieve. The family members should react the way that society thinks they should react. These family members right here, man, it just breaks my heart looking at them right there because it's like they've been depleted. And I'm not sure when this interview was done, but it looks like they've been depleted of a part of them that's been lost. And I can never understand that because it hasn't happened to me, thank God. But if it's happened to you and your family, you understand what they're going through. You may not totally feel the same way, but at least you understand it. I think his workout was 30 minutes, not 45 minutes. Yeah, that is a pretty short workout. Yes, exactly. And the friend to see the social media, you're right. Because, you can do a lot of damage with your mouth, with your accusations, with your insinuations, with your feeling of, oh yeah, we got something on these people. I mean, it's just tragic to think that you cannot be innocent to something without people pointing a finger at you just because they believe something that may or may not be true. Let me see. So many victims and why I find grifting, effing disgusting and poor reporting. You're right. You're right. Exactly. Let's listen to these parents.
This is not we expected to be at this time or to get to this time. We wanted a quote unquote normal family. We wanted Ellen to be happy. We wanted her to have a relationship like we do. I mean, I don't know. We don't really just discuss this very often, but most marriages don't last after an incident like this. And we're now going on our 45th year
Of marriage.
of marriage. So there's a lot here that we don't speak about, but we have fought for Ellen. Justice for Ellen is the term we use. It's a term, maybe it sounds like a cliched term. I don't know how it sounds to other people, but that's what we are doing. And that is something that we have, that keeps us solid, real people together. And even as a team, it helps us as a team. I'm talking about with attorneys we work with Mr. Brennan, who we work with everybody. It keeps us going as a team.
27-year-old Ellen Greenberg found dead inside her home. Multiple stab wounds to the back of her neck, but investigators insist she took her own life.
I have learned so much about Ellen. I only wish I knew her in life instead of getting to know her through autopsy reports and police reports and what friends say and what her parents have told me. This is a little bit of what I know. Listen.
Ellen Greenberg is a first grade teacher in Philadelphia. At 27 years old, she and longtime boyfriend Sam Goldberg have just sent out save the date cards for their upcoming wedding. A blizzard is bearing down on Philadelphia, and school has dismissed everyone early. And on her way home, Ellen stops to fill up her gas tank. Once she's home with her fiance, Sam Goldberg leaves around 4:45 p.m. to work out in the apartment complex gym. When Sam arrives back less than an hour later, the door is locked from the inside.
Joining me is renowned forensics expert Joseph Scott Morgan, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon, star of a hit series now, Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan. Joe Scott, this is going to be very difficult for you, but in a one-word answer, did Ellen Greenberg commit suicide?
N-O, no.
Impossible. Impossible. The first time I read this file, the first time I read and
Nancy's not what she used to be. And I think the sensationalism that she had going on when she's describing a crime or bringing out certain things, I think that gives her a poor look. But when she first came on the scene, she was really dedicated to the victims, you know? So let's listen to what happened in this, okay? Let's listen to what happened.
article long ago about the ruling, the suicide ruling, I believe I immediately called you. Because how can anyone, stab themselves 20 times that we know of? And we also know about the phenomena of overlapping stab wounds, where someone is stabbed in the same spot. We're dealing with that with Brian Kohberger's case right now. So there may be more stab wounds, but I'm going to go with 20. I'm going to go with 20. How can you stab yourself 20 times? And I had to write these down in preparation for talking with you this morning, Joe Scott Morgan, when at least three of the stab wounds could be deadly. For instance, stab wound E, as in elephant.
Y'all pay attention to what Nancy's about to say, because this is really important. And I think that people miss things like this because they're not really understanding what she's saying. But listen to what she said as far as the stab wounds. Because any other crime that you will be prevalent to in the future, you will understand what she's talking about. Because these stab wounds are important. They're a part of the investigation that you can understand exactly what happened during that situation and what did not happen, because this is where the speculatory things run rampant. This is where people go with, well, this has happened and this couldn't have happened and blah, blah, blah. No. When it comes to stab wounds, they're very specific. They're very, very specific. So pay attention here.
Certainly fatal. Stab wound H, happy, fatal. Stab wound number 2, very likely fatal. Stab wound K had to be inflicted with a serrated abrasion. But I find that the wounds are diametrically opposed to each other regarding trajectory path. In other words, there are vertical stab wounds, there are horizontal stab wounds, there are oblique stab wounds. One that bothers me the most, actually two, is the one basically on top of the head. How do you attack yourself on top of your head? And the wound where her dura of her spine is cut. How do you do that to the back of your neck? And then last and most importantly, some of the wounds were inflicted post-mortem, after death. Her heart was not beating. How can she keep stabbing herself? I mean, how?
The thing about stab wounds, Nancy, is that every time an edged weapon is introduced into somebody's body, a pain center fires. So over and over again, you mentioned the number 20. So, and even for our listeners that are following this.
Okay, it says, here's the autopsy. It says 20 stab wounds to the chest, abdomen, and back of the neck. There's an incision wound on the scalp. 10 stab wounds to the back of the neck, ranging from 0.03 centimeters to 8 centimeters deep. One of the neck wounds cut through the spinal cord, multiple bruises in various stages of healing. So, there's 20 stab wounds just in the abdomen, the chest, and the back of the neck. You're telling me that somebody's going to sit there and stab themselves in the back of the neck? I want you to, whatever you're doing right now, this lady was right-handed. So if you're, right-handed, or take your dominant hand and try to, stab yourself, think of stabbing yourself 10 times with one of those kitchen knives that we saw, where it's ranging deep enough to cut through the spinal cord. That is pretty deep. So you have to ask yourself, how did this happen? How did this happen? They're saying that's suicide, but is this possible?
Case, and many have for now these many years, you can identify with just a paper cut, perhaps at home, and how painful that is. If you can imagine a serrated edge, and that's what we're talking about, just like a steak knife, okay? And it's roughly a 5-inch blade. You have to do the conversion from metric, roughly a 5-inch blade. You've got this running along the surface. So let's just
I need
take,
to see
for
Joe Scott
instance,
Morgan right now.
if
Okay,
you
Joe
just
Scott,
take,
slow it down for me.
yeah, sure. If
Go ahead.
one of the very curious things, Nancy, is the fact that you have a blade that is entering the chest, and there's a couple of these along the way where you're talking about the blade is going from right to left, then from left to right. And here's one of the really curious things. There's one of these injuries that actually the trajectory takes it upward like that, okay, as opposed
Wait,
to
which one is
another
that?
deflection.
Which one is that?
I'd have to refer back to my notes at this point in time, Nancy. But if you go to H, for instance, it's 4 centimeters deep, and you're talking about from left to right. However,
If you look at this knife, he said it's 5 inches long from tip to right here. 5 inches long. So this, if you're talking about 3 to 8 centimeters, I would say it'd be about, I don't have a tape measure, and I'm not saying this is accurate, but at least to right here would be the incision. Or maybe even all the way here. This looks like at least a couple of inches though. This looks about 1, 2, about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this looks about 3 inches right here. But I could be wrong. I don't have a tape measure. But here's one right here. Here's the centimeter. He said 3 to 8 inches. Okay. Boop! 12 gauge. Get it together. Okay, here we go. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeter, 3 centimeter, 4 centimeter, 5 centimeter, 6. Okay, look how deep 8 centimeters is. That is pretty damn deep. So 3 centimeters is right here. Here's 8 centimeters right here. So that's pretty damn deep. To be stabbing yourself in the back of the head 10 times? I know, I just figured that out. Sorry, guys.
However, if you go to,
Wow.
let's see, which one was it? I had it right here.
Wait,
Sorry.
but I've got to ask you a very fundamental question. And this
Yeah,
is
sure.
from a lawyer, not a medical professional. Josh Sandy, Ellen's right-handed, correct?
Ellen was right-handed.
Yeah, we've asked that before. Yeah.
Okay, are we sure? Because I've been told she's right-handed.
Yes.
Are we sure Ellen was right-handed?
Yes. I
Okay,
played
that's all I
softball
needed
with
to
her.
know. You sure did. You sure did. Jessica Morgan, some of the wounds are left to right, which I completely understand if she's right-handed. But how do you do, in addition to all the steps to the back and to the top of the head and to the back of your neck?
Yep.
How do you stab yourself if you're right-handed from right to left?
It's almost empirically impossible to do this, Nancy, because you're talking about a readjustment of the blade on the plane that it's on. So you have to spin the knife in a particular direction in order to achieve this. And that's why I go back to this idea of the pain centers that are firing. So in the midst of all of this so-called frenzy that would have come along with a suicidal self-inflicted stab wound, you're having to readjust the knife backwards. You would invert the knife and then pull it back to the original orientation. In addition to that, and we're talking about now the injuries that are posterior on the back side. I don't know how.
Okay, wait. I
would
think I
accomplish
just
this
figured out
task.
what you were saying. You know what?
Okay, there's the crime scene. There's part of it. As you can see, there's blood splatter. And this looks like she was trying to get up. Like maybe that might be a handprint and it was a smear. This might be some fingers. I don't know. This is a big puddle of blood though, right here. And here's some more blood splatter. The thing that intrigues me about blood splatter, I don't know if y'all watched the Dexter series on Netflix, but he's a blood splatter expert in there, and he was explaining this the other day. And I know it's a series and I know it's a movie or whatever, but they try to be as accurate as possible because they have a lot of people trying to debunk them. So they say that, when it's blood splatter and it's close by, the blood splatter is kind of like sprayed at a certain direction that the the stab is happening. So if the person was right here and they were standing up and they got stabbed from this way, there'd be a squirt possibly, or it'd be down. Whichever direction the knife went in and came out, that's the direction the blood would splatter. And especially if they took the knife and then slung it like that, then you would see a spray of blood go across this. But we're not even certain that this is where it happened. I don't understand why there's so little blood, just like Nancy said, just a little puddle right here with 20 stab wounds to the chest and the abdomen. Was this lady pregnant? Was the individual trying to get rid of the. No, I'm just stretching there. I don't want to do that.
You're going to have to work on your testimony, Joe Scott, because it took me that long to figure it out. I think what you're saying was, let's pretend I've got the knife. To get those serrations on her body, she'd have to take it out of, she'd have to take the knife and turn it around and commit the next stab.
Yes.
And that is because we see which side of the knife is cutting her. So she'd have to, okay, here's an example. You know how there is the American and the European mode of cutting your meat? Europeans allegedly hold the knife and the fork and they never swap. The American style is you swap, you cut the meat with
Right.
your right hand, you put down the knife, you take the fork out of your left hand and put the meat to your mouth. You swap back and forth, all right?
Correct.
That's
Yep.
what you're saying would have to happen here for these serrations to be performed by Ellen. She'd have to turn the knife around and then
Yep.
continue stabbing herself. That did not happen. And again, there is no person of interest. There is no suspect. All there is a big.
Okay, so if she's stabbing herself with this knife, as most of you who are true crime advocates and haciendos, you're very involved in true crime and hearing about it and things of that nature. You have to understand that when you're stabbing yourself with a knife, at one point, this is going to become very bloody. And your hand's going to slip. And there's a potential chance that you could slice your hand on this part of the knife or even this part or even poke yourself with it. I don't know if you've ever stabbed something, but most of the time the knives that they use have a little guard right here on both sides so that if you're stabbing, your hand stops right there and it doesn't go all the way to the blade. But this doesn't look like there's any blood in this area, so the individual obviously had a good grip on it. It would be interesting to know if she had any kind of what kind of bruises she may have had on her hand. Was there any bruising on the fingers? Was there any bruising on the inside right here where if she hit a bone, the knife would have stopped? And like they were saying, she would have to turn it to bring it out because if it sticks in there, you have to turn it to unlodge it. It's not like the movies where they're good, clean stab.
Stinking mess because this case was not investigated. Tom Brennan joining me.
Can I please
What?
add one more
Yes,
thing?
what?
Okay.
Could I
one of the
stop
biggest,
you? No.
Yeah, sure you could, but one of the biggest faux pas here relative to this report, and you're breaking a norm here with this autopsy report. Nowhere in this autopsy report
She was 27.
are the length of Ellen's arms mentioned. And when you're talking about, and I've been involved in over 7,000 autopsies, Nancy, and anytime you're talking about knife wounds and you're talking about self-inflicted events, you have to measure the arm length to see if this is even possible for this to occur. This has never occurred in this autopsy. We've talked about this in the past. And so I cannot understand why in the world
So right
they would
there,
not
she
have
has
taken
her
the
hand
time to
clenched.
do a
Right there, she has her hand clenched. I'm not saying that this was the time, so don't get all crazy on me. But she has her hand clenched. So imagine if she killed herself, she would have had that knife in this hand. Could look how long her arm is, right? Could she have went back over her head, stabbed herself in the neck 10 times, an abrasion right here on the back of her head, and then stabbed herself in the chest 20 times, and then stuck the knife in after she was already dead? You tell me that's possible? If you tell me that's possible, then you're a used car salesman for real.
Schultz. Why in the world they would not?
Joe Scott, I thought you were
Yeah.
waxing philosophic again on the art of a medical examination, but I've never heard that mentioned before. The length of her arms were not taken into consideration, or whether she was right-handed or left-handed. Hold on, hold your thought. Tom Brennan joining me, private eye consultant for the Greenberg family. He's been on it from the beginning. Tom Brennan, in a nutshell, what happened? Every time we get together and talk about this case, I learn something new, like Joe Scott just describing the length of her arms was not taken into account, and that is critical. Benet Nauer came up with the fact that at least 3 of these wounds, along with Dr. Michelle Dupree, were fatal, but yet she kept stabbing herself. In addition to the impossibility of killing yourself over 20 stab wounds, if 3 of them were fatal and many committed post mortem. My question to you, Tom Brennan, thank you for staying on the case, but the question is, what happened in between the medical examiner naming this a homicide and then suddenly going, oh yeah, scratchy, scratchy, I've now decided it's a suicide. What happened in the interim, Tom Brennan?
Well, what you have to understand, there were 2 meetings, unrecorded meetings, okay, between the medical examiner and the police. And one meeting was with a member of the district attorney's office, the police, and the Dr. Galino and Dr. Osborne. Okay, and at that meeting, that's when Dr. Osborne decided he was going to change his findings from homicide to suicide. Okay.
Okay, hold on. John Lucy joining me from penlive.com. Did I just hear John Lucy, Tom Brennan, state that after the homicide ruling, the medical examiner met with law enforcement and suddenly changed his mind? Did I hear that?
Yes,
Yes.
you did. And the most powerful thing that has come out due to the Greenberg family's persistence on this case is they have been able to get those medical examiner officials under oath in sworn depositions in which both Osborne and Galino spelled out the fact that these meetings occurred. So it's on the record under sworn deposition that these meetings occurred. And in addition to the U.S., the PA Supreme Court case challenging the cause of death ruling, there's another civil action by the Greenbergs alleging a cover-up among the detectives and the ME's office in Philadelphia. And they are now in the process of moving forward with depositions in that case, which is finally going to get some of the detectives under oath so they can be.
So what makes it hard to believe that this was not a homicide? What makes it so hard to believe that? Because what makes you believe this was a suicide? Do you believe that possibly she stabbed herself or started stabbing herself and then the guy came in and finished her off after she was already dead? I mean, because I'm trying to understand other people's mindset whenever they say certain things instead of reacting and saying, well, there's no way that could happen. I'm trying to understand it. Even though I might not agree with it, I'm still trying to understand it. So, how could this woman have been stabbed this many times and it not be because it was originally based a homicide? So, then they turned it around and said, no, it was a suicide. What I'm asking is, how how do you believe in your head that it was a suicide based on what you've been told? Take Nancy Grace out of it. Take the person who's delivering the message. Take all your biases toward the people that are discussing this case and just go with the case. What has been stated about the case? If you take your bias about Nancy Grace out of there because you might not like her, you might not like any of the people on our panel, take all that out of your head if you can do this and just go with the factual information we've been told. How does that replicate into a suicide in your brain? I'm open. I'm open to listen to different perspectives. I really am. Because like I say all the time, your opinion is valid in this chat and we agree to disagree. And I'm not trying to be one of those that say there's no way that could have happened. My way is the only way. No, that's not what I'm doing. But I want to know when you make a comment and you make a blanket statement, does that equate to the end result? You get what I'm saying? Does that equate to the end result? We know that she was stabbed 20 times in the chest, in the abdomen, in the front part of her body. There was also 10 stabs to the back of her neck and one gash in her head. And there was some postmortem injuries. So this means that she was already dead when this happened. And some bruising. So that's all I'm saying, I'm saying that if you're gonna make a statement, I want to be able to understand it rather than try to debate you on your statement, because I'm not a debater. I'm not one of those people that's gonna stand up here and debate. I want to meet you halfway and I want to say, well, let me see how this makes sense in their eyes. That's all I've ever said about any case. You know what I mean? And that's what I hope that you understand. Because I want to meet you halfway because I want to be able to see your position on it other than you're right, I'm wrong type thing. I don't want to get into all that. So let me see what you are saying before I continue on. Rondi says, I don't, but the alibi is suspect. I like Nancy, though. I do think she dramatizes and things she said. That's because she's a prosecuting attorney. That's what they do. Exactly. A Southern prosecuting attorney. Talk about more drama. Exactly. I would like to know if the police saw him on a camera because if they did, that means somebody else did it and maybe he put them up to it. All the stables so deep sounds like crime of passion. Exactly. She wouldn't have done it to herself if she hadn't displeased him. What do you mean by displeased him, Twiz? What do you mean by that? I've heard you type that twice now. Displeased him how? I believe she was stabbed in the front of her body first, and then when she slumped over and started to fall, that's when whoever was stabbing her got her in the top of the head and back up. See, that makes logical sense to me. Whether that's how it happened, who knows? But that's logic right there. How did she displease him? Scott, you asked the same question. Good deal. I never force my opinion on anybody. I just voice it or leave it. And that's fine. Like I'm saying, I want to meet you halfway to understand what you are saying. I'm not saying that to to say you're wrong and I'm right or to try to debate your point. I'm just trying to meet you halfway to understand you. Oh, it's a joke because he killed her, but they're saying it was a suicide. Okay, I got you now. I was just trying to understand it. I was just trying to understand it. Even if he was seen on camera in the gym, doesn't mean he didn't do it. She also had a towel. Why? Oh, sarcasm. Okay. I will have a hard time believing the husband not involved somehow because he said he will kick down the door. So whoever got her did kick down the door. Yeah, I was confused, Twiz. That's why I mean, and for everybody, your opinion is valid in this chat. I just want it to make sense to meet you halfway because there's a lot of statements that are made and people make them without any kind of follow through. And that is just, it starts rumors that way. Women usually take pills or carbon monoxide in the car. They usually don't shoot themselves or stab themselves, make a bloody scene. I've heard that too. I've heard that women don't want to put the burden on somebody else cleaning up after them once they commit suicide, and I've heard that more than once. Yeah, sarcasm over text has gotten me in a lot of trouble for being a smart person. I don't learn. Well, there's nothing wrong in this chat. You know that. You've been in here for a while, so Whatever you say, I just want to meet you halfway. Um, there's a lot of different ways to do that. I thought you were being sarcastic at first, and I was like, eh. But the kind of lock, like a hotel lock, do you have the picture of it? Yes, they showed that in the very beginning more than once. And I think him kicking the door in puts a lot of suspect with the first person who was there. Occam's razor, as we talked about. What is the most logical explanation? That's why whenever they say the boyfriend, the fiance, the ex husband, the ex lover, whoever, that's why they're always viewed as the potential suspect first and got to be cleared because who's the closest to the person that was murdered? And that makes a lot of sense. I mean, right, right. You know, there was a hook lock. Let me see if I can find it right quick and then we'll get back to the video. Um, it's also whenever they're interviewing the person closest to the crime, what would be the motive for that to occur? You know what I mean? Like he said he went to the gym. Was that his alibi? Was somebody else able to confirm that alibi? Let me show you the lock or the latch. There's one that I found really quickly. So this was the latch, okay? Um, so look at that latch right there. I don't know if you've ever locked yourself out of a hotel room or you've had somebody in the hotel room while you went off and they locked that. A lot of times those things are pretty damn secure. I just got off vacation and I had some kids in the room that would lock me out like that every time I left the room. So, I tried to open that, like open it a little bit and push the little ball area to the end to, unlock it without them getting up and doing that. And it's hard to do. It's difficult to do unless you're very proficient at breaking into doors like that. I could never do it. So I'd shut the door and beat on the door, and then they finally get up and unlatch it. But so the door was latched like that. He stated that the door was latched like that. How do we know unless the door was kicked in and the lock it out of the wall? Yeah, I mean we don't know. We don't know. Yeah, I got locked out. They did it on purpose. Hey, SRB, how you doing? Thank you for being here. Who works out for 30 minutes? Well, no comment. And why would she kick the door in if it was locked instead of try to call her or maybe thought she fell asleep? How would he immediately? That's a good question. Like he went to the gym and then he returned. You'd think since he'd been in that area or been in that room, he would have had the door key. Yeah, you're locking 12G out. You're right. You would think that um he would have the door key or at least. So here's the thing. If we're looking at logic, right? We're looking at logic because that's how I look at things on this channel. We're looking at logic. How was this door locked like this if there was somebody that came in and did this and then they left and locked the door behind them like this? Was there another door that they could have gotten out of? Did they climb out the window? How would the killer have gotten out of that room? And I think that's why it's so imperative, because you've heard other cases where the door had been shut behind and either locked or jammed where somebody couldn't get in. How did they get out of that door, closing it and locking it to the point where somebody had to break in order to get into that door? Does that make sense at all? Because we've heard in other cases that that's happened. He would have called her phone or texted her and be like, open the freaking door and try to get a different way instead of kicking the door in. You're right. But there's no getting in. There's no getting in these little things unless you bust the door down. No, this isn't a picture from the crime scene. This is just the latch that I found. If it was already broken, could he have had latched it on his way out? That's a good point. There's no evidence he kicked in the door, is there? Well, there was. She stated. Hold on a second. She locked him out, got pissed, and kicked the door, and then stabbed her. Let me rewind this a little bit so that you can see exactly what was said. Hold on, let me see if I can find the door. It's at the very beginning. Right here, where he does the 911 call. Let me let you hear the 911 call. So we're at 2539. So somebody write that down in the chat. Let me let you hear the 911 call. 2539. Here's the 911 call for you guys. Okay. Hold on. Let me unshare that and reshare the video. 2539. Okay, here we go.
I went downstairs to go work out. I came back up. The door was latched. My fiance's inside. She wasn't answering. So after about a half hour, I decided to break it down. I see her now just on the floor with blood. Like she's not responding.
Okay, is she breathing? Look at her chest. I need you to calm down. I need you to look at her chest. It's really.
I really don't think she is.
Listen to me. Someone's on the way. Look at her chest. Is she flat on her back?
She's on her back. So
Okay, look at her chest and tell me if it's going up and down, up and down.
I don't see her moving.
So
Okay,
he said right there, he kicked the door in. And there's the latch of their, that was supposedly what it looked like right there. So what do y'all think? I mean, there's a lot. See, there's the door that supposedly it looked just like their apartment. So their apartment was very generic, I guess. It kind of looks like a hotel room. But that latch would have been hard to get into unless you did bust this area down. You put your shoulder to this area and you go boom and keep doing it until you knock it open. But how did nobody hear that? How would nobody have heard that? You get what I'm saying? He waited 30 minutes to break the door down. No chance. Yeah, that's what I stated at the very beginning. He didn't sound like he was out of breath. He didn't sound like he was too interested in getting help. The door is locked, yes. It was not suicide. Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to say is this was a homicide. This was not suicide. Was there someone with him when he supposedly broke in? Good question. Good question. Yeah, there's a real deadbolt down at the bottom. So he would have had a key to that, but he wouldn't have been able to get into the home or into that room with that latch. On the door handle, there's a real deadbolt. Wasn't that locked? Well, he possibly could have had a key to that. No, he's never sarcastic. The fact of the matter is, I can never tell anymore. So sometimes I'm like, what? So what was it again? 2538? 2548? Where are we at? Let me scroll up here. 2539. Okay. Yeah, so I mean there's a door that kind of looks like the door they were talking about. Let's continue this video.
Which is finally going to get some of the detectives under oath so they can be questioned about what happened at that crime scene on the night of her death.
Please join us on our mission to find missing people, especially children, to solve unsolved homicides. If you're on the go, catch us on your favorite podcast app where you can get all of our content where we, in our own way, seek justice.
What happened to beloved Philly teacher Ellen Greenberg? The Pennsylvania Supreme Court agrees to review the case amidst a controversial ruling.
Controversial, well, that's certainly one way to put it. Can we just all agree? And if anybody on the panel disagrees, jump in. How many times do I have to tell you we're not having high tea at Windsor Castle with Charles and Camilla? Jump in. Number one, no fingerprints were taken on the knife. Number two, no forensic tests were done on the door. Was it really latched? Was it broken into? What really happened? Was there any evidence taken regarding fingerprints on the rest of the cabinets? Was luminol ever used? Why was her laptop and her cell phone taken from the apartment? Why was the cleaning crew called in to clean the apartment before it could be fully processed? There are so many questions.
See, these people have insight that we would take as being okay. Well, they know what they're talking about because they've gotten the paperwork. We don't have the paperwork in front of us. So when she said, "Why was the cleaning crew called in before it was properly investigated?" That's a hell of a question right there. And if that is true, I'm not saying it is, or I'm not saying it's not. What made them call the cleaning crew? Yeah, good question. I mean, you're asking some awesome questions. You know, yeah, he sounded mad. Watched. Cover up. So, do you believe that somebody can clean up a crime scene quickly? I mean, be realistic here. We're not talking about movie type of cleanups. We're talking about running in there. He called 911. So you're telling me if he was the killer, he cleaned it up and they didn't do any kind of test to see if there was a cleanup? I mean, I'm not saying that all police departments or all crime investigation personnel are thorough with their jobs or not thorough, but that would be something that you'd look into, I would believe, you know. Um Scott, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. But I would say that you would be able to see if there was any bleach used to clean it up. Um if there was any kind of smears, you know, I think he cleaned himself off. Very rushed. Yeah, he didn't have 8 hours. So I don't think it took him 8 hours to clean this up if it was him.
Most important in my mind, what happened in that closed door meeting with the medical examiner and members of law enforcement who ruled it suicide on the scene before any investigation? What happened in that meeting? Joining me an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. But first, more of the 911 call. And remember, no one has been named a person of interest. No one has been named a suspect. But I can tell you this was not a suicide. Why has this case been suppressed? What is it that law enforcement, I'm talking about the district attorney's office, I'm talking about, yes, I'm saying it, the attorney general's office. Why don't they want this case investigated? What's the problem? Listen to this.
Okay, do you know how to do CPR?
I don't.
Okay, I can tell you what to do, okay, until they get there. I want you to keep her.
Oh, God.
Hello?
Yeah, hi, okay.
You willing to do CPR with me over the phone until they
I have to, right?
Okay, so get her flat on her back, bare her chest, okay? You want to rip her shirt off. Okay? Kneel down by her side.
Oh, my God. Allie, please.
Listen, you can't freak out, sir, because you
Okay, I'm trying not. Her shirt won't come off. It's a zipper. Oh, my God. She stabbed herself.
Where?
She fell a knife. Oh, no. Her knife's sticking out.
What?
There's a knife sticking out of her heart.
She stabbed herself?
I guess so. I don't know where she fell on it. I don't know.
Okay, well, don't touch it.
Right
So
there.
many things are
I
jumping
don't know
out
if
at
she
me from
fell
that
on it.
911.
I don't know if she fell on it. How could you fall on a little steak knife like that? That is some movie stuff right there. You see that in the Asian Japanese samurai swords, you fall on it to kill yourself. You know, that is some movie stuff right there. And the fact that he's like, you know what aggravates me, and I'm gonna vent right quick. What aggravates me is the 911 operators. They annoy the crap out of me, especially when they play the 911 tapes. And I know that they're trying to just keep the person calm. But at a particular point, why are you asking so many freaking questions? What, when, where, how? Is she this? Is she that? What did you do? Da 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 da. So if a person is hysterical, do they really want to answer all those questions? I would get mad and hang up. I really would. I don't know. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but I would hang up. I would be like, "Fuck you, I'm out." You know, send the police. They'd probably say that I did whatever I was calling in to report based on hanging up. But I mean, I would be like at the point where I don't want to answer all these questions. You're asking me to do CPR, but you want me to stay on the phone? What the hell, man? I noticed the crime scene photos. The knife block is knocked over. Yes, exactly. What do y'all think about the 911 operators? Do they frustrate you as well? I think they do that because when people call 911, even after committing a crime and trying to cover it up, they can't think logically, so their stories will change. That makes sense. But after a particular point, quit asking me these questions. Kind of like the Gilgo Beach killer case, where that girl was calling 911 and she's asking, I mean, the 911 operator sounded drunk and she's asking her all those questions like, where are you at? What is going on? This thing, that, and the other. And I mean, she's like, calm down. And the girl is in a panic. She just ran out of a house and she's scared for her life. And that girl ended up being found dead. You know, that's the one that led them to the whole understanding of how that case went down. I can't remember her name to save my life, but y'all know who I'm talking about. She was the one that was running from house to house, banging on doors, and people were, the 911 call was 23 minutes long, and you heard her breathing heavy. You heard her running from house to house, help me, help me, help me. And the 911 call operator was like, so what is she kept repeating herself, what is your name? Where are you at? The girl was telling her, look, I'm over here. I don't know. I'm on my cell phone. It's dark. This, that, and the other. I don't know. Cash, man, I hand it to you for that because I can't, I can't understand. Yeah, Shannon Gilbert, that's her name. I think they keep you online so they can be recording any noise chat before Ellie gets there. Yeah, I mean, but it's just frustrating to hear after the fact. Why would she leave a towel? Shannon Gilbert, you're right. Ignorance. Why would who leave a towel? Did this girl leave a towel? Ellen, did she leave a towel? I'm kind of lost on that comment. Can you explain that a little more?
One call. Number one, when the caller is told to try to do CPR, the caller says, I have to, right? Then the caller says, OMG, she stabbed herself. Where did that come from? Number three, the caller says she fell on a knife. She fell on a knife. No, the knife sticking out. Fell on a knife. That's a unique theory. Okay. Again, I cannot reiterate enough that no one has been named a suspect or a person of interest. I want to go back to John Lucy joining us, journalist for PennLive.com, and followed by Benet Nauer. John, who do you understand to have been at that meeting where the medical examiner suddenly had some sort of an epiphany and named the multiple stabbing a suicide?
Based on the deposition of Galino and Osborne, there were detectives who were handling the case who were pressing their own version of evidence of suicide. And the things that are named in the deposition as their evidence is the lack of defensive wounds on her hands. In other words, if she was being stabbed by an assailant, you raise your hands and you have stab wounds on the hands. That was one. And the second thing that was mentioned by those.
They need to stop interjecting themselves into the crime scene investigation like that. Stick to the freaking evidence, bro. Stick to what you see, what you hear, what you can videotape, what you can get fingerprints and DNA and all this stuff. Quit trying to solve the crime or put your own theory behind the crime right off the bat and try to make it make sense like that. That's not how you're trained. So stop doing that. Stop doing that. That is not how you're trained to investigate a crime scene. It's not. They don't tell you, oh, you go in there and you say, well, there's no defensive wound, so it must have been a suicide. That's not how it happened. That's not how you investigate. She was hot, wasn't she? Do you think she was? I don't know. Let's continue on. That just angers me too. Is when police try to instill their own solving the crime. And they might not even have they're probably burnt out, or they're like at a point in their career where they think because they've solved other crimes by interjecting their own theory, they're speculating at that point. They're speculating just like us, just like on these YouTube streets. We walk into a crime scene, we start going, okay, there's no defensive wounds, there's no way she shielded herself, there's no bruises to show that she fell backwards, all this stuff. Okay, I understand that. But you're not trained to investigate like that. There has to be evidence to back this up. Otherwise, it's circumstantial.
Those detectives to the ME's officials to change the ruling was the locked door, the latch, the hotel latch, which may or may not have actually been broken off on both sides to enter that room. And again, it all goes back to the night of her death. And for whatever reason, those responding detectives treated it as a suicide. And they bought into the narrative established on the 911 call that was a suicide. They did not deserve the scene to be fully processed. And by the time that the ME ruled it a homicide, and by the time the detectives got back, you're right, it was cleaned by a professional cleaning crew. And even the video that the hotel manager shot of the apartment as it existed before the cleaning, that has been subsequently lost. That was turned over to police, and now that tape of what existed in that apartment before the cleaning is gone as well. And that's all on the record.
Wow.
The bizarre case of Ellen Greenberg, the 27-year-old Philly teacher found dead in her own home, stabbed 20 times, ruled a suicide.
What happened to Ellen? Let me understand something to you, Jessica Morgan, professor of forensics, death investigator, and author. Were her fingernail scrapings ever taken? Do we know?
No, not to the best of my knowledge. No. And that's
You have
Liz,
heard.
What did they get at this crime scene? Like, what evidence did they get? It sounds like they just went in there and looked at her and said, "Oh well, she killed herself. Nothing to see here." You know, it's like they didn't do the fingernail to see if there was, an attack going on. They didn't fingerprint a knife. They didn't do any of that. What did they do? What did they do? That is just crime scene 101, bro.
You've heard bandied about that there were no defensive wounds.
Mhm.
What say you? And also, what do you make of markings on Ellen's neck and multiple bruisings across her body in various stages of healing?
Yeah, and we refer to those in forensic pathology as resolution. And so you've got multiple areas of small bruises, contusions that are in various stages of healing throughout the body, and that's certainly very interesting. And I remember asking Josh and Sandy years ago. I think we had a conversation. I said, "Did Ellen have a problem walking, or a problem with her gait, or was there is some kind of inner ear problem where she had some kind of problem with balance? She's bouncing off of walls and furniture and all." And they couldn't come up. They said, no, that wasn't the case. So, why would she have? And I even wanted to know if she had some kind of disorder, blood disorder or something. Maybe she's just spontaneously bruising. I have no idea. But none of that.
Well, I can think of an explanation for that. She was a teacher. So, some kids, they run up to you, or they're just a little rough when they're hugging on you, or they're always tugging on you. Or maybe, she got hit by a kid. I mean, I'm looking outside the box. I'm trying to be, objective here. I'm not trying to say one thing or the other, but, um, it could be. It could be. I mean, but maybe there was none of that. You know, all that goes into the investigative process is you try to determine, just like this man is saying, you try to determine what would have caused those bruising. Were they fresh? Were they from a boyfriend? Were they from, working out, a gym injury? Did she fall out of bed? Did she slip in the shower? Because a lot of times people hurt themselves without it being a malicious act. Hell, I fell on vacation. I fell off there was a pool and then there was a wooden step thing. Well, I wasn't paying attention, and I stepped down, and I face planted. Had I bruised, would that mean somebody was beating me? No.
None of that can be proved.
Back to the markings on her neck. Weigh in.
Yeah, when we're talking about markings on the neck, Nancy, that's something that is so crucial relative to their current status at autopsy, relative to how fresh they are. Are they going through resolution at this point in time? And I think that it's very important in this case because the neck on anyone that is being stabbed is a point of contact where a perpetrator would place their hands on somebody's neck. It's a point of control in order to drive a blade into somebody's body. That has to be examined very, very carefully.
To Sandy Greenberg, what do you make of the fact that no luminol was ever used at the scene? The scene was cleaned by professional cleaners.
Thank you, Nancy.
Her fingernails were never scraped. And I firmly believe that there is evidence her body was moved before police or first responders got there.
I'm horrified that she was treated so poorly, and I'm embarrassed for the Philadelphia Police Department. They wouldn't do that to if any of their children were in this situation. They wouldn't be treated like this. She paid taxes, and she deserves the same justice and the same attention that everyone else gets.
Exactly.
Or should get.
Exactly.
I'm just very curious. John Lucy joining us, journalist, Penn Live, and the Patriot News of Harrisburg. Why her fingernails were never removed to see if she scratched anyone. How, with a straight face, a medical examiner how could he state she had 3 potentially fatal stabs and kept stabbing herself? After that, those debilitating stabs, how she stabbed herself in the spine, nicking the dura, and kept going. How she got stabs on the very top of her head, virtually impossible. No luminol was done, and very, very significant, John Lucy, there was dried blood going horizontally across her face, dried that way. Yet she was found by first responders sitting up, slumped up vertically against the kitchen cabinets. The blood should have been going down, not across. That indicates staging. John Lucy.
Well, we call that the wrong way blood, and it's one of the many anomalies at the crime scene that was treated as a suicide scene the night of her death, and thus never preserved and never processed. That is the original sin of the.
So she was found slumped over with the knife in her chest. So, in theory, you would think that all the blood would be being pulled by gravity toward a downward trajectory. And that's only common sense. But it seems like these police departments, either they're so rushed to get as little evidence as possible, or they're just lazy. They just are incompetent. They've outlived their ability to do their job thoroughly. Or they just don't care. Who knows? Because a lot of police departments are understaffed. And that's no excuse to not do your job. Because there's multiple areas in the police department of various, there's forensic, there's CSI, there's all of these areas that investigate a crime. So it's just not one area that investigates the whole crime like you see in the movie, So what kept them from doing their job? And then they lose paperwork, they lose evidence, they lose. Where's the chain of custody forms? Where are the chain of custody forms to show that you even collected this evidence? Where is all this information that's needed whenever you investigate a crime scene? Where is it? they need to start holding these police departments or whoever investigates these things accountable.
This whole case. And that's why this case, even if it goes.
So look at this area right here. It said she was found against this, slumped over. Okay, was it right here in the corner? Because logic says that if she was bleeding out, this would be where most of the blood would be. Was she trying to get up right here? Was this her head rubbing against this area, being pushed backwards, held down while she was being stabbed? Because that looks like a smear. Like if she had a gash on her head or in the back of her neck, like they say, it's only logical to think that somebody would be holding you against that, to hold you still, to stab you, or holding your neck against that to stab you. Because no matter what people think or believe, we are fighters, and we're built just to not give in so easily when there's something that is trying to kill us. That's just human nature. We're not built to just succumb to whatever comes our way. That's why they're saying there was no defense wounds. But still, there's a reason for that. And maybe she was already the stab or the stab or the slice to the spine. Maybe that cut the nerve to her arm so she couldn't fight back. You just never know. Maybe the stab to the chest or to the abdomen. Maybe it sliced a nerve or a vasta nerve that kept her from fighting. A stab to the chest. If you are sliced or stabbed in this area, what usually happens is your arm goes limp. And I've discussed this in other videos with another case. Or if you're even sliced, that instantly makes your arm lunge forward. It's kind of like the rubber band effect. You're sliced because these muscles and tendons are so tight, it makes your arm go extended rather than like this.
Goes to the PA Supreme Court and is ruled that they can be reinvestigated as a homicide, likely never ends in a perpetrator being identified, because with the way that scene was handled, all that evidence was erased. As for that dura and that the spinal cord specimen, that was preserved from the original autopsy, but it was never fully sectioned and photographed until many years later, after the Greenbergs kept up their own investigation. And Bellino finally turned that dura over to another assistant ME. She processed it, she investigated it, and she's the first one to put on the record in a sworn deposition that the spinal cord wound had no bleeding associated with it, meaning it was a post-mortem wound. And that is all on the record in the sworn depositions that the Greenbergs have secured as part of their lawsuit.
The body of Ellen Greenberg is transported to the medical examiner's office with the knife still lodged in her chest. Dr. Marlon Osborne discovers Ellen has been stabbed 20 times in the chest, neck, and head. 10 of the stab wounds are to her back and neck. 8 of the stab wounds are to her chest. Dr. Osborne notes that the knife embedded in her left chest is through her clothing. Ellen Greenberg is wearing 2 shirts when she is stabbed, and the defects in the shirts are consistent with the underlying wounds.
And more significantly, listen.
Performing the autopsy on Ellen Greenberg, Dr. Marlon Osborne notes that beyond the stabs to the back and the neck area, Ellen also has a 2-inch stab wound to her stomach and a 2.5-inch long gash across her scalp. Ellen also has 11 bruises all over her body, her right arm, leg, and abdomen that are all in various stages of healing. Dr. Marlon Osborne rules Ellen Greenberg's death a homicide.
I don't understand so many aspects of this case, but Sandy and Josh Greenberg breaking their silence now. How could Ellen, who is right-handed, stab herself repeatedly in her right arm? How? How do you, with your right hand, stab yourself in your right arm? And
Defies
who could keep
logic.
stabbing
Good
themselves
question,
after
Nancy.
3 fatal stab wounds?
The whole thing is just I can't say it on the air, but it is just a big mess. It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense. The fact is 2 knives makes no sense. The fact that the way the wounds are make no sense. The fact she has a brutal wound on the top of her head makes no sense.
Sandy, why is it so important, as you've stated in the past, to clear Ellen's name? She's already lost her life. Why is it important to you that her death be fully investigated?
It's wrong. And for me, I need to be able to lay my head on my pillow at night and know that I did everything I needed to do. And this is very important to me.
Why
And
do
my
Of course it is. My heart goes out to you. My heart goes out to this family. Yeah, she said that there was 2 knives. 2 knives. Well, I'm not too familiar with the case either, but maybe we can talk about criminology and the aspect of investigation and things of that nature if you're down. All right, just let me know. But my heart goes out to this family. Like, they do deserve justice. They do deserve to know what went on. As in everybody's families who are affected by any kind of loss. They don't need to be jerked around and told one thing and then just say, "Oh no, it wasn't this, it was that." There's too much going on and too much being hidden from these families. It makes you skeptical to even call the police. I guess that's why people don't call the police first off. They call their family, they call their friends, or they call whoever, and then they call the police. You know, it's just weird to me. You know, it just strange to me. But then they're the first ones that are attacked or they're left in the cold because the investigators don't want to tell them the truth. What keeps these law enforcement agencies, not all of them, but just like bad cops, what keeps these bad agencies from telling the parent the truth? A, we didn't investigate it thoroughly. B, we have incompetence in our police department. C, we don't know what happened. Because, like I said last night, 50% of all murders are unsolved. So, when people think that, you know, a murder is instantly solved or people or the police department is going to take preference to your case versus another, these parents and these people have to keep on them. This was 11 years in the making before they were even granted all this information that they've been granted. 11 years after their daughter has died and been buried. You know, they had to fight to be heard. That's terrible. In America? Really?
Do you believe, Sandy, that anyone would want to cover up the true nature of Ellen's murder?
when we were being deposed by the city for the lawsuit, I had 5 different attorneys questioning me and insisting, trying to put words in my mouth and insisting upon this being a suicide, which it clearly wasn't. I was just so, professionally speaking, I would be so ashamed of myself if I were them.
But why? My question is, why would anyone do this?
There are 2 reasons. A, the police did a lousy investigation. B, someone's being protected. I can't think of any other reasons.
We wait and we pray that justice will unfold in the murder of Ellen Greenberg. We stop now and we remember American hero Detective Sergeant Mason Griffith, just 34, shot and killed in the line of duty. He is survived by a grieving wife, Jennifer, and sons, Trevor and Jason, sentenced to life without their father. American hero Detective Sergeant Mason Griffith. Thank you to all of our guests, especially to Josh and Sandy Greenberg, my friends. But thank you to you for being with us and to our new MSM family as we.
Okay, Nancy, thank you. Thank you for covering this. And I know it's been a while that you covered this. Let me see how long ago this was. When I did this, it says 3 days ago. Okay, here's the highlight of it. It says, at 27 years old, she and longtime boyfriend Sam Goldberg have just sent out save the date cards for their upcoming wedding. A blizzard is beating down on Philadelphia and school is dismissed early. Sam Goldberg leaves Ellen at home around 4:45 p.m. to work out in the apartment complex gym. When Sam arrived back less than an hour later, the door is locked from the inside. For more than 20 minutes, Sam pounds on the door, texts and calls Ellen, but she doesn't reply. He breaks down the door at 6:33. Sorry. He finds Ellen on the floor of the kitchen, stabbed 20 times in the chest, the neck, and head. As he is on the phone with 911, they ask him to perform CPR, and he tells them there's a knife still stuck in her chest. First responders arrive within minutes, and Ellen is pronounced dead at 6:40 p.m. Initially, the medical examiner declares Ellen's death as a homicide, but later, after meeting with police, they finding is changed to suicide. Since the medical examiner changed the manner of death from homicide to suicide without any explanation, Ellen Greenberg's parents, Josh and Sandy Greenberg, have fought to have the ruling changed. Josh and Sandy Greenberg filed a lawsuit against the city of Philadelphia, seeking to have the manner of Ellen's death changed back to homicide, or at least undetermined. But the suit grinds to a halt when the Commonwealth Court ruled against Josh and Sandy Greenberg. In the ruling, the judges acknowledged that the investigation of Ellen Greenberg's death was a deeply flawed investigation by the Philadelphia police, the district attorney's office, and the medical examiner's office. But none of that matters because the court said Josh and Sandy Greenberg don't have standing in the case. Attorney Joseph Pedraza says they will take the case to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court will now hear the Greenberg case, saying it will consider whether executors and administrators of an estate have standing to challenge an enormous finding recorded on the descendant's death certificate, where the finding constitutes a bar or material impotent to recovery of the victim's compensation, restitution, or from the wrongful death, as well as the private criminal complaints. Let me play another video for you guys. I hope that you're enjoying what I'm presenting so far. If you are, please hit the like button or the unlike button if for whatever reason you're not enjoying it. And thank you so much with the chat for being with your questions and everything that you've been stating in the chat. I appreciate you guys being able to keep it flowing. I always like to see that. So based on what I just read, what do you think, guys? What do you think? Let me put some of these chats up here. For every one of you there's an opposing voice. Use your words wisely in arguing your cases. God is terrifying for real. 20 minutes, yes. No. Murder, cough. Doesn't mean it was law just because he said so. She was executed. Freudian slip. I couldn't even imagine that happening in a manner being ruled this way. Exactly. So they changed it. So murder was their first suspicion. That would suggest an investigation to change their minds, but they didn't investigate anything. Very, very true, Scott. Very true. I've been following this case, so I appreciate the coverage. No problem. Thank Rondi. She's the one that turned me on to this case. I didn't even realize it existed. It existed. I could imagine it, but it's just impossible. You're right. And, they even found that the police were negligent. The medical examiner was negligent. So when are we going to start holding these people accountable due to their negligence? Is it just because the person is deceased, so therefore they're trying to not have to pay compensation due to their negligence? They need to be held accountable. If anything, to lose their licensures due to their negligence, because most professionals in state, they're given a license to practice. And if any time they're negligent in that, they should be investigated by a higher up to see exactly if it's a pattern. And if it's more of a pattern than one time, they should have to face sanctions. You know? We need Trooper Paul to come up with the report on this. Trooper Pro. I don't know who that is. Corruption in any workforce exists. Whistleblow. Exactly. So let's watch this video. It's kind of short. It's by CrimeFlix. It's gonna give pretty much the same stuff, but it's told in a different way. So let's see if there's anything that was left out of the Nancy Grace one. Here we go.
For Ellen. That's what this is all about. Very simple. It's not involved.
The parents of Ellen Greenberg, a 27-year-old woman found stabbed 20 times in her Philadelphia apartment, score a legal victory in their quest to find out how their daughter died.
It was the most crushing blow of our lives.
I lay out the disturbing details of Ellen Greenberg's death and her parents' 13-year fight for answers. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Ellen Greenberg's parents have been looking for answers for years about her death. They say they just want to know the truth about what happened to their daughter, and they're hopeful they might be getting closer to it. More on that shortly, but first, I want to start at the very beginning. Ellen was just 27 years old when she was found stabbed to death in her apartment that she shared with her fiance. It was January 26th of 2011. Her fiance, Sam Goldberg, called 911.
I need a emergency now. I just walked into my apartment. My fiance's on the floor with blood everywhere.
What is the address?
4601 Flat Rock Road. Please come help now.
4601
Flat Rock Road.
Is it the house or apartment?
Oh no! Oh no! It's an apartment.
What apartment number?
Please hurry, please.
Where is she bleeding from?
I don't know. I can't tell.
So you have to calm yourself down in order to get you some help.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm looking at her right now. I can't see anything. There's nothing broken. She's bleeding. Ellie!
Goldberg had been working out at the gym in their building, and he explained what he found when he returned to their apartment.
I went downstairs to go work out. I came back up. The door was latched. My fiance's inside. She wasn't answering, so after about a half hour, I decided to break it down. I see her now just on the floor with blood. She's not responding.
An autopsy report showed that Ellen had been stabbed.
Okay. In the other one, it said 20 minutes. Right there, he said a half hour. Did he not? Did he not say a half hour? And what I read said 20 minutes. There could be a description of... God, I can't talk today or any day. Good Lord, 12 gauge. There's a I can't think either. There's a discrepancy in the time frame. So That in itself, that came from his own mouth.
Stabbed 20 times. Ellen suffered 10 stab wounds to her neck, going back to front, and others to her chest and abdomen. The steak knife from her own kitchen was found in her heart. Ellen's death had initially been ruled a homicide, but then the medical examiner changed that finding to suicide. That seems curious and has raised a lot of questions. How on earth would someone stab themselves in the back of the neck 10 times? Ellen's parents have never felt they have gotten the truth about Ellen's death. They've been fighting since 2011 for answers about what happened to their only daughter, even contacting experts like the late renowned forensic pathologist Dr. Cyril Wecht, who reviewed the information and wrote that it was his professional opinion that Ellen's manner of death is strongly suspicious of homicide. Other experts have agreed, including neuropathologist Wayne Ross, who wrote, pathologist Dr. Cyril Wecht, the medical examiner changed that finding to suicide. That seems curious and has raised a lot of questions. How on earth would someone stab themselves in the back of the neck 10 times? Ellen's parents have never felt they have gotten the truth about Ellen's death. They've been fighting since 2011 for answers about what happened to their only daughter, even contacting experts like the late renowned forensic pathologist Dr. Cyril Wecht, who reviewed the information and wrote that it was his professional.
Okay, let's read what he says. It said the multiple stab wounds to the back of the upper neck and lower head found in autopsy were unlikely suicidal stab wounds, especially the different directions, the K, L, Q, R, and S with vertical direction left to right, straight vertical, M, N, and T. So these are based on, the little paperwork that has the body and it has little alphabet codes. That's what he's talking about. So this would be A, B, C, all that. And the right to left horizontal O and vertical P. The locations of the stab wounds high up to the back of the neck and lower back of the head are also unlikely for self-inflicted wounds. A suicide victim will frequently leave a note. There was none. There was also no indication that the descendant was suicidal from the standpoint of her own family, friends, professional associates, and the psychiatrist who had evaluated her. There had not been any indication that she had intention to commit suicide or was depressed during the day she was found dead. She seemed her usual self in the morning when she had a telephone conversation with her mother and later in midday during the texting with a friend at approximately noon. It would be important to find out from the fiance how she behaved barely half an hour before when he left the apartment, as he claimed.
Professional opinion that Ellen's manner of death is strongly suspicious of homicide. Other experts have agreed, including neuropathologist Wayne Ross, who wrote, there are multiple bruises over the body, some of which were fresh, many of which were older.
Okay, after review of the information, it is my opinion that the degree of medical certainty there was evidence of a stab wound which penetrated the cranial cavity and severed the cranial nerves of the brain, right here. As a result, she would experience severe pain, cranial nerve dysfunction, and traumatic brain signs and symptoms including numbness, tingling, irregular heartbeat, and bradycardia, respiratory depression, neurogenic shock, and impaired loss of consciousness. So that one right there in itself would have just taken her out because she couldn't have functioned after that. There was evidence of strangulation. There was a mark over the front of the neck, which was consistent with a fingernail mark. There were multiple bruises under the neck and in the strap muscles over the right side of her neck. These patterns were compatible with a manual strangulation. See, we didn't hear about this in the last one. There were multiple bruises over the body, some of which were fresh, many of which were older. The patterns were consistent with a repeated beating. The scene findings were indicative of a homicide. Should further information become available, we reserve the right to amend the report at the time. So, come on, bruh. Come on. There was evidence of strangulation. How do you strangle yourself and stab yourself at the same time? How did that happen?
The patterns were consistent with a repeated beating, and the scene findings were indicative of a homicide. In 2018, the attorney for Ellen's parents became the district attorney in Philadelphia County, so they asked him to review the case. But there was obviously a conflict, so he asked then Attorney General Josh Shapiro to review the case. In 2019, a spokesperson for the AG's office wrote to a reporter, "We conducted our own thorough investigation to determine a manner of death, interviewing the chief medical examiner of Philadelphia and the medical examiner who performed the autopsy, meeting with the family's representatives, and reviewing information they provided to our attorneys, among other steps." The AG's spokesperson also wrote that they had uncovered other evidence during the review. That included web searches from Ellen's computer that included methods of committing suicide, quick death, and depression in the week.
Okay. It said, following the initial 2011 investigation carried out by the Philadelphia Police Department, our office received a case in 2018 on a conflict referral from the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office. We conducted our own thorough investigation to determine the manner of death, interviewing the chief medical examiner of Philadelphia and the medical examiner who performed the autopsy, meeting with the family's representatives and reviewing information they provided to our attorneys, among other steps. Among the additional evidence we reviewed were web searches for methods of committing suicide, quick death, and depression done on Ms. Greenberg's personal computer in the weeks before her death, and text messages between Ms. Greenberg and a family member on the day of her death showing the descendant in serious mental distress. Our office has concluded the evidence support that this is a manner of death. Accordingly, we have communicated our finding to the family and the representatives. We have closed the investigation. Come on. Glitter sent this to me. I'm gonna put it up on the screen, and we're gonna go over it right quick, and then we'll get back to the video. Let me see if I can make it a little bigger. If you are still with me, press the number 1 if you're enjoying the presentation. Press the number 2 if you're undecided. I think this is interesting, especially with all the information that we're going over. I like doing it like this because it is factual. It's not just speculatory. You know what I mean? And that's what makes it so interesting to me, is it's not based on speculatory situations. So it says on 126, let me see. Can y'all see that pretty good? Okay, it says that at 126:11 in 1931, Detective Sierra 9103 of Homicide called to report the death of the above descendant found in her apartment with a knife in her chest. At the scene, I arrived at the scene at 2027 and was met by 5th District Police, Snipes 6358 and Young 6960 holding the log. Sergeant Ferguson, Detective Veal, and Detective Revel, and assigned DC 11-5001577, Homicide Sierra 9103, and Peters 851 arrived a short time later. The descendant's fiance, Samuel Goldberg, along with his family and some friends, were also present. The background: the descendant's fiance, Samuel Goldberg, reportedly left the descendant at the apartment around 1645 to go to the gym. He returned around 1715 to 1730 and was unable to get into the apartment. He opened the door with his keys, but the door was secure from the inside. He proceeded to try and contact the descendant via text messages, telephone calls, and emails for approximately an hour before he forced entry into the apartment. An apartment security man was reportedly present during the entry, so there was somebody with him. He immediately discovered her and called 911. Radio time is at 1833. He was briefly instructed to start CPR until he noticed a knife in her chest. Then he was instructed to stop. PFD medic responded and pronounced death at 1840. The body in the vicinity. The location of death is in the kitchen of the descendant's apartment located at the Venice Loft Apartments, 4601 Flat Rock Road, Unit 603, Philadelphia, PA. It is a two-bedroom apartment on the 6th floor of the building shared by the descendant with her fiance, Samuel Goldberg. The apartment is well kept clean. The inside lock to the front door, the common latch solid bar door guard, is broken with the screws on the door loose, obviously forced in when a locked position. Throughout the entire apartment, there is no evidence of a struggle. Furniture and items appear in place, nothing is obviously missing or disturbed. There is numerous valuables present: money, keys, three laptop computers, one in the kitchen on the island appeared to be Goldberg's, one in the master bedroom suite on the floor appeared to be the descendant, as evidenced by wedding material, and one on the additional bedroom desk appeared to be the descendant's work computer, as evidenced by numerous teaching material. The descendant is a teacher. There is no note found or anything indicative of suicide on the computers or in the rest of the apartment. The only way to exit the apartment with the front doorway locked is through a rear slider leading to a patio. The patio is 6 stories high. There is snow present with no tracks or footprints, completely undisturbed. The ambient temperature is inside the apartment reads 69 degrees Fahrenheit on a thermostat. The incident occurred during a winter snowstorm. Prescription medications are recovered from a bedstand located in the master bedroom. Prescriber Dr. Ellen Berman, alprazolam, clonazepam, and zolpidem. A paper booklet is the descendant's pocketbook that's on a chair in the living room island, resembles a journal of her medication and her state of mind while taking, last dated 116. The descendant's cell phone is in the master bedroom. The review of her call and messages log reveals. So these medications, best of my understanding, are for would be for anxiety or possibly depression, but I'm not certain. I have to go and review them. But the alprazolam, the first one, I would say would be for anxiety. Um, what do y'all think? What do y'all think so far? So they're all negative. Okay. Last outgoing call was a number blank 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 on 12611 at 1433, duration 30 seconds. Last missed call was to a program blacked out. Additional missed calls from a program Sam Goldberg on 12611 between 1730 and 1742, and a program Venislav 11611 between 1807 and 1810. Last outgoing text to a program on 11611 at 1547. Dang, so she didn't have a text message sent out since the 16th? Wow. And the last one was the date of her murder or suicide, whatever they're saying. I believe it was a murder, though. So she didn't text anybody since the 16th. Wow. I text people every day, multiple times a day. Last incoming text and email from a program Sam Goldberg on 12611 between 1732 and 1754. Here's what it said. Hello, open the door. What are you doing? I'm getting pissed. Hello, you better have an excuse. What the fuck? Ah, you have no idea. Does this sound like a individual that is calm, cool, and collective? What do y'all think? Hello, open the door. What are you doing? I'm getting pissed. Hello, you better have an excuse. What the fuck? Ah, you have no idea. Does that sound like a concerned boyfriend or fiance? Or does it sound like somebody who's not getting what he wants? Get the door to be open. The descendant is on the hardwood kitchen floor, located just inside the door entrance. The decedent is found supine with her head and some of her upper body shoulders resting against the lower half of the white kitchen cabinet. So it would be like that, like they said, slumped over next to the range. Her body, starting with the head, is facing north and her legs are west. She is clad in a zipper up dark colored shirt, over top t shirt, gray sweatpants, underwear, and light brown Ugg boots. A pair of eyeglasses are on the floor to the right of the dissident. A white towel is grasped in her left hand. A hair tie or scrunchie is in her right wrist. There are no personal effects on the body. Upon further examination of the body, the decedent has a knife embedded in her left chest through her clothing. There are multiple stab wounds examined at the scene at the chest where the knife is located, a few superficial grouped nearby, one to the left upper chest near the clavicle, two more at the mid chest between just below her breast. There are defects to the shirt consistent with an underlying wound. There are no defense injuries to the hands, wrists, or forearms. The right hand is closed in a loose fist. Post-mortem findings at arrival of 2027 and 2155 are the same. The body is mostly flaccid, meaning it has no definition. The hands appear to be slightly stiff. The body is cool to the touch at the extremities and warm to the touch of the torso, front and back. Lividity is inconspicuous. Findings are consistent with current position of the body. Blood is present on the head, in the hair, and the neck. The right hand has blood on it. On the front side of her shirt, along her pants, on the front side of the top of both of her boots, is blood. The right boot has blood on the sole. The blood around her had generally confined to the area of the body, on the floor underneath and on the space of the cabinets behind her. One small blood splatter is to the cabinet to the left of the body. Two separate drops of blood splatter are on the granite countertop above her. Two kitchen knives are in the sink adjacent to the body. They are free of any blood or tissue. The sink underneath is dry and also bears no evidence of blood or tissue. A knife block is on the counter between the sink and the range. It is turned over to the side. The three utensils are a spatula, fork, and paring knife, all that bears no evidence of blood or tissue. The knife in her body is consistent with the knife set found in the sink and the block. I wish all of them were this descriptive. Why can't they be more descriptive like this? I mean, is this what some of the cases that we've been following? Is this what's gagged? Is this what's been read? You know what I mean? Police at the scene provided the information described in the background section. Uniformed police briefly canvassed the hall. At the time, no neighbors reported any loud noises or arguments. The fiancé, Samuel Goldberg, police initially interviewed him. He provided the information described in the background section. He was taken to the station for further interviews. So let me reiterate the difference between an interview and interrogation. And in all these individuals that are being asked questions, did you hear anything? Did you notice anything different about this time frame of the morning or evening or whatever? That's an interview. An interrogation is he's already been suspected of doing the crime. So they would have had solid evidence to put him as a suspect to be taken down to interrogate him. And they probably would have arrested him at that point. But that's the difference between an interview and an interrogation, because people get it confused all the time. They think that just because you suspect somebody, you can go and interrogate them. That's not how it works. So the Joshua and Sandra Greenberg that were interviewed at 1:27:11, that would have been the next day at 7:41. The identification was completed via telephone by the descendant's parents, Joshua and Sandra Greenberg. They were notified of the death by the parents of the decedent's fiancé. Mom states she last talked to the decedent the same day at 7 when they both on their way to work. They had a pleasant conversation. She gave no indication that something was imminently wrong. The decedent had been battling issues with anxiety since the end of last year. Mom states she was struggling with something for which she urged her to seek help. She was seeing a psychiatrist, Ellen Berman, in Marion Station. The decedent had described as anxious, insecure, not sure of herself, and not liking how she felt, characteristics that were not the norm her entire life. The decedent expressed to the parents that she was a bit overwhelmed with her classroom work. The decedent's occupation is a teacher for the School District of Philadelphia, currently teaching at Wanisha Academy Elementary School, employed for 3 years. She is described as a bright woman who was very successful and recently received her master's degree in education and certified in reading specialty. The day the incident occurred is the same day the school grades were to be handed in. The decedent was in a committed relationship with Sam Goldberg. They have been together for 3 years, recently engaged over the summer. The parents have no reservations about their relationship. They described the fiancé Sam as a fine young man. They were happy to have him as an in-law. They have no knowledge of any verbal or physical abuse. The parents deny any previous suicide attempts or ideation. The incident is a surprise to them despite the issues with the anxiety. Let me take a second to swallow. Let me get some water. My lips are getting dry here. Kay, are you still in the chat? Can you come up and answer the chat while I'm reading this? Because I can't answer the chat because I'm in a different tab. Psychiatrist Ellen Berman interviews via phone 127:11 at 11:30. So that would have been the next day after the crime. When notified of the death, Berman was upset. She stated that the decedent was a new patient of hers, only seeing her 3 times, and then she lists the dates. She was scheduled for an appointment the day after she was murdered. The decedent presented initially as severe anxiety for 2 months. During her brief session, it was believed that she was having difficulty with work, overwhelmed, and felt pressure. She did mention that she was doing well, but the school district changed some regulations. She also had issues with difficult students. She didn't know whether to quit or work through it. Berman was in the process of developing a treatment plan and was in contact with the decedent's mother, who called expressing concerns for her daughter. There was never any feelings of suicidal thoughts. When asked about her fiance, the decedent had nothing but good things to say about him. Mentioned they were getting married and he was wonderful. Berman even noted a smile when she spoke of him. Berman recalls asking about abuse. The decedent denied any verbal or physical confrontations. The decedent was initially prescribed medication, although she expressed the uneasiness. Okay, let me give you the link. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because it's hard to do both of these things. Y'all know Kay, she's been up here on my panel before, and she'll be answering your questions in the chat or kind of giving any kind of feedback or whatever. So it says the decedent was prescribed medication, although she expressed the uneasiness of taking medication. She tried Zoloft first and then switched to a low dose of Xanax. After no success, Berman prescribed her Ambien and Klonopin to help her get sleep. There was never any indication of abusive behavior. So, up to this point, do you see any kind of red flags, guys? I mean, because it could go both ways right now, based on what we're reading and what we heard in the media. The action, the scene and body were examined, interviews were conducted, and photographs were taken. The knife was kept in place during transport. The prescription medications and small booklet were taken as evidence. The body was ordered for transportation to the medical examiner's office via police wagon for further postmortem examination. The knife recovered from autopsy is a single-edged serrated blade, approximately 12.5 centimeters.
Jeopardize everything.
Welcome, Kay.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm having a good day today.
Good. 12.5 centimeters in length and 1.5 centimeters wide. The handle is also approximately 12.5 centimeters in length. It is a Cutco brand steak knife. Video is available for further information on surveillance contact, and then they gave that. So this basically breaks down the findings. Okay, this is what you would read from the medical examiner, I would think, because it says the identifying information of the decedent, like it says right here, Office of the Medical Examiner. So this is a synopsis of what the medical examiner came to find. They said the decedent is a 27-year-old female with a history of anxiety. For the police investigation, the decedent's live-in fiance returned home from the gym to find the door locked and the security latch on the door. He made several attempts to contact the decedent by yelling into the apartment, sending her a series of text messages, sending her an email, calling her phone. The fiance ultimately broke in the apartment and found her dead in the kitchen. Let me stop right there. Okay. I want to pick your brain a little bit. Okay. Based on what you've heard so far, what do you think about this case?
I mean, based upon well, my gosh, there's just so many inconsistencies. I mean, I don't believe that she completed suicide. I mean, but my opinion. I mean, just my opinion. I mean, there's just so
Right.
many
Right.
inconsistencies.
Okay.
You know,
It goes
I
on to
mean,
say multiple stabs to the chest, to the abdomen, and the back of the neck. And then it described the knife once again is present in one of the chest wounds at a depth of 10 centimeters. So that was in there pretty deep. There's an incised wound to the right occipital scalp. So it would be right here in this area. The wounds are associated injuries to the aortic arch, the upper lobe of the left lung, the liver, and the cervical spinal cord at C2, C3 level dorsality. So the aortic arch would be one of the either this side or this side. The upper lobe of the left lung, which would be my left lung, would be right here. So it'd be above that. The liver is on the right side. The spinal cord injury was evaluated grossly by neuropathology. It was concluded that the injury to the spinal cord would not have incapacitated the decedent. So that injury to the spinal cord would not have incapacitated her. So that means that she was still functional. Therefore, the decedent would be able to inflict the subsequent stab wound to her body. See, the medical examiner is writing this as if he believed there was a suicide. There are bilateral hemothoraces, a hemopericardium, a small collection of subarachnoid blood over the vermis and the base of the right cerebral hemisphere. That's in the back of the neck. There are no gross defects to the parenchyma of the cerebellum or brainstem. So there's no injuries in that portion, which would be at the base of the neck. Multiple contusions are on upper and lower extremities in various stages of resolution. DNA analysis of blood stains on the knife and the decedent clothing only match her DNA. Analysis of the decedent's laptop provided no additional information. So give me your take on that. Okay. Are you here? Are you
yes,
muted?
yes, yeah. Sorry, I can't find my control to my TV, so I was like, let me mute myself so the chat isn't in the background listening to this movie. I can't
Okay.
even. I don't know where the. So I do apologize to everybody. My TV in the
You're fine.
background. I can't find my controller.
You're okay. You're okay. Chat, what do y'all think? Do you think, um, based on what I've read on this medical examiner's report, does it sound like a suicide? The way he wrote it, or he, she?
Mm.
There's no way it would not be bloody. Okay. If she had several bruises in different phases of healing, it sounds like abuse had escalated. All right. Carla or Kay, any thought?
Yeah, I mean, I think, definitely it, it's I don't like the way it was written for I just don't get it. To me, I mean, I'm still very stuck on like the person in the chat said, the bruising in different stages. So that's that just raises a lot. I think I just have a lot more questions, you know,
Okay.
as to why that was. Oh, how was this written as a suicide? As a suicide is normally right. Normally, when a
Yeah.
person is going to use a knife, and this is just typical, and to unalive themselves, it is usually one, you know, one wound, right? Like if you're really wanting to unalive yourself, you're going to, if you're gonna cut your veins, there's a certain way to do it. You're gonna do one slice and that's it, or you're gonna stab yourself maybe one time. But she had multiple. I mean, you mean to tell me that that's very hard for me to wrap my brain around that a person would continuously harm their bodies like that, because we do, and you said it earlier, there is the brain is here to protect us, and that's what kind of stops us, from jumping off a cliff, or that's what kind of stops us. But when we go against that, we're going to go against it maybe one time, and usually that's going to result in, serious bodily injury. So it's hard for me to think that a person is going to go through that. The brain is going to go through that process several times. I can't remember how many times you said she was stabbed, but
Well,
so
20 in the front, 20 in the
yes,
front, 10 on the neck, and one on the head.
yeah. I mean, I just don't see that happening. It would be very I mean, we could all stand corrected, but I mean, it would be very unusual, you know,
Right.
um, for the brain to allow that. I mean, because we know that even when you're going to complete suicide and you're going to jump off of a big bridge, your brain will start shutting down before you hit the pavement to protect you from the
Yeah.
pain. I mean, you'll die before you'll hit the pavement. You're already dead, because the brain will recognize that. So I don't know. I just, I'm I just
Well,
don't
I'm
know.
about to read the stab wound.
Okay.
I'm about to read the stab wound, so pay attention a little bit. That way you can give me some analytical feedback once I'm finished, okay? Stab
Okay.
wound A, stab wound A of the chest, and then elliptical horizontally orientated zero point 0.4 times zero point 0.2 centimeter stab wound is centered 30 centimeters below the top of the head in the midline of the chest. So that would be right here in this area. So it'd be about right here. The medial end of the wound is sharp. The lateral end is blunt. The edges of the wound are smooth. The wound is approximately zero point 0.4 centimeters. When reapproximated, the wound extends through the skin of the chest for a depth of zero point 0.2 centimeters. And we did see that ruler in that video. So if you can kind of remember how many spaces millimeters are, then you can kind of understand the depth of this wound. Stab wound B of the chest, an elliptical, horizontally orientated zero point 0.3 times zero point 0.1 centimeter stab wound is centered 31 centimeters below the top of the head in the midline of the chest. So it's pretty much the same kind of wound. There's two wounds back to back in the same area. Associated with the wound tract are hemorrhages in the adjacent soft tissues of the chest. The pathway of the wound with the body in the normal anatomic position is front to back. So that's basically saying that underneath the surface in the tissue area, there is already hemorrhaging, which means that blood is accumulating under the skin. Stab wound number C of the chest, an elliptical, obliquely orientated 2 by zero point 0.6 centimeter stab wound is centered 29 centimeters below the top of the head and 4.5 centimeters to the right of the midline, which would be right here. The sharp end at the 5 o'clock position, the blunt end at the 10 o'clock position. The edges of the wound are smooth. The wound is approximately 1.7 centimeters when we reapproximate it. The wound extends through the skin and the muscles of the right side of the chest and the right clavicle for the depth of 1.4 centimeters. So the clavicle is right here. The clavicle is the bone right here. So they usually call this the shoulder blade area. So the clavicle is that one piece right here where you're trapped, the muscle area. So it would be right here in this area. Associated with the wound track are hemorrhages in the adjacent soft tissues and muscles on the right side of the chest and beneath the right clavicle. So far, what do you think? Okay.
I think that the wounds are pretty significant,
Yeah.
and yeah, they're mm, they're concentrated all in kind of in the same, region in the chest area, and it's just hard for me to think that man, that somebody would do that to themselves. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I just don't
Well,
see it.
this is a good statement right here. That is not consistent of stabbing yourself with your right hand. Can you see me? You can see me on camera, right?
Yes,
So
I
it would
can.
be like stabbing this area. Like I couldn't do it. I mean, but I'm
No,
a big guy. She didn't look very big. She looked like a very petite woman. So I mean, I wouldn't see you being able to stab yourself,
right.
in that region. You know.
No, I think
Um,
you're absolutely right. I mean, I just don't see it. I don't see her doing those wounds to herself. I mean, I just don't.
she
you
stopped
know.
me. She stopped me. I must say I've never heard of a case of someone self stabbing themselves so many times. You're right.
Right. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So it's very graphic. All these
Right.
wounds are graphic, and they're
Mm,
deep. You
yes.
know, um, associated with the wound track are hemorrhages in the adjacent soft tissues of the chest. The pathway of the wound with the body in normal anatomic position is front to back. Stab wound E of the chest. An elliptical horizontally orientated 1.7 times zero point 0.1 or 0.5 centimeter stab wound is centered. So they're all in the same vicinity. That's why they're they're measured this way, okay? And 2.5 centimeters to the left midline. So it's telling you the midline is when they're doing these, it's like a cross. Okay, so when they're describing it, they're telling you, okay, here's the head, and this is how far down and how far over and how what direction these stabs are at. So that's what that means when it talked about midline, and it talked about the wound being approximately 1.6 centimeters when they reapproximate it. The wound extends for a depth of 10 centimeters to the skin and muscle to the left side of the chest. So that would be this part right here, left side of the chest. Associated with the wound track or hemorrhages, same thing. Um, the left pleural cavity contains 600 milliliters of liquid blood. The right pleural cavity contains 500 millimeters of liquid blood. That means that the pleural cavity is where the lungs are located. So that area surrounding the lung area is called the pleura. The tissue is called pleura, so the pleural area is where your lungs expand and contract. So there was 600 on the left, blood coagulated in that area, and there was 500 in the right. So that's a lot of blood. So that means that area of the chest was very, very damaged. Stab wound number F, it's the same thing. Stab wound G of the chest, associated the pass wound of the body, front to back. So these areas were pretty much consistent with somebody just standing over you, stabbing, holding you down, stabbing you. Because we did notice in that other paperwork, that lady said there was evidence of strangulation. So how could you strangle yourself and stab yourself at the same time? Tell me that, Kay.
You can't. Oh my gosh, I found my
You can't,
controller, guys.
you can't strangle yourself and stab yourself at the same
No.
time. Wouldn't you let go of one or the other? I mean, wouldn't one slip?
Yeah,
What do you
no.
think?
Yeah. I mean, well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's physically, psychologically speaking, physically, could you, I mean, your will to live is going to kick in at some point, to be able to strangle yourself and stab yourself. I mean, I just don't see it happening. I mean, and then from the psychology point of view, right? When we're talking about a woman, okay, talking about a woman, keeping that in mind, typically, but not always, women, um the reason why whenever women are going to choose a method to unalive themselves, they even think about what they're going to look like in the casket. So therefore, typically women, me, us women, will choose methods other than, ending it all, like where males, they typically will use, just a gun, and they don't care. you know Women still, I mean, women, typically, we're a little vain in that. So I just don't, just knowing that psychology part of it. I mean, and that's typical, but that doesn't mean everyone. I mean, you're always going to have some people that haven't alive themselves, that are women, that are going to use guns. I mean, those things do.
She went away. Where'd you go? So that's a good point right there, Glitter, where you said, why is it the last stab wound, the one in her chest, if that's where the knife is? That's a good question. Right here it said the internal examination of all these stab wounds. It says the firm brown muscles in the anterior neck have no hemorrhage or injuries. The adjacent connective tissue and vessels of the anterior aspect of the cervical spine are unremarkable. The clavicle, sternum, and pelvic bones have no fractures. The hypoid bone and thyroid cartilage are intact. Well, if there was strangulation, that bone right there, that's what usually kills people when they're strangled. That little bone right here in this area around this part, it snaps when somebody is strangled. So they could have strangled her by holding her down, but not really to the point where it broke that bone, you know? Also, it said the smooth epicardium has normal amount of subacardial adipose tissue. The heart is 230 grams. The right coronary artery supplies the posterior, and it basically goes down and breaks down the how they removed all these areas and what they were looking for. And it's basically saying that there's no foreign objects on here. The gallbladder is empty. The tan, liver, and pancreas have no mouth or cyst. The spleen has a lavender intact capsule, red marin. See, so he or she is basically writing what they found in these areas. Kay, are you still here? Oh, there's the other Carla. You know, wow, they get down. It said the vagina has a smooth mucosa and no lesions. The cervix is normal. The uterus had normal shape. The fallopian tubes had normal caliber. The ovaries are normal. The brown thyroid gland has no masses or cysts. There you are.
Sorry, I don't know what happened there.
I don't either. It basically breaks down the organs, and it's talking about here's the toxicology. It talks about benzos, fentanyl, opiates, all negative. Wet chemical tests, negative. Drug screen, there's trace of the lipidine, which she was taking, clonazepam, which she was taking. Um, so there was no trace of any kind of other drugs other than what she was prescribed. And we read this earlier. There was no evidence of a struggle. Valuables were present. Nothing was missing. A knife was embedded in her left chest. It was a single-edged serrated blade. And it went to describe. So when her mom says she knew her daughter was struggling with something and she was seeing a psychiatrist, do you believe that this situation right here could have been enough for her to kill herself? She started thinking about everything else, not suicidal. Her psychiatrist says she was way better. No physical or verbal confrontation with her fiance. What do you think, Kay?
Hmm. I don't. Here the thing, and I don't know how much. I think I was sitting here talking to you guys, and you guys weren't able to hear me. Just kind
Yeah.
of went. While I was sitting here talking to myself. So what I was telling myself earlier is going to be kind of going along with answering your question. It is that, psychologically speaking, right? If it's from the psychological standpoint, you know, um, women, we tend to endure a lot, So I don't know what was going on with in her personal life, and even when I go to I have a therapist, and I'm not 1,000%. There's things that I hold back from my therapist. So, and I think we all do that, right? But women more so, probably, maybe, I don't know. But I just really think there was just a lot of foul play here. I think who harmed her, for me, it seems like uh it was somebody that, that had a lot of passion for her, for as many stab wounds as there are, and I just feel like, for a person to be repetitively stabbing a female like that, in the chest area, in the neck area, it just shows a lot of it's just kind of a lot of rage, and it's a very personal. That's just the thing, whenever we're talking about using whenever we're talking about crimes in general, right? And the tool to commit these crimes. That's why the tool is very important. A knife is very personal. It takes a lot of energy. Believe it or not, it takes a lot of energy from the perpetrator to stab another human being. It's not easy. It's not easy to do it. And so a knife indicates to me that it's a very personal, attack on another person. It's just very personal. You could end it all with just using a gun. Like, but this person chose, to I just don't think, when I was talking to myself, thinking I was telling you guys in the chat, but I just, you know, typically it's just females do not do that. We're not gonna, when we're doing the unaliving, it's just, we're just not gonna do that. And stabbing ourselves in the neck and choking ourselves and stabbing ourselves is just something we're not gonna do to our bodies. I just wow, I just think, man, I think this forensic examiner, um, man, I think they really pretty much dropped the ball. I mean, I really wish that there could have been a second a second autopsy on this young lady because
Right.
you
Well, if
know,
she wasn't cremated, then they could exhume her body and do another one.
yeah, they
If she
definitely
wasn't,
could.
you know.
Yeah, yeah, they
Guys
definitely
and
could.
gals in the chat, I want y'all to pay attention to this next portion because this is a medical explanation. So some of the cases that we talk about on YouTube, you hear a lot of hearsay, a lot of stuff that isn't true. So this is written by a medical professional. Whether he dropped the ball on writing this out, this is something that should be taken into consideration, resulting in any kind of suicide versus homicide. So look at what he said about the stab wounds. Okay, he said suicidal stab wounds can rarely be multiple. Suicide by stabbing are becoming less frequent, with simpler choices being drugs, hangings, or gunshot. Cutting of the wrist and throat is often associated with suicide, whereas stab wounds to the back are unlikely to be suicide. A murder usually involves multiple stab wounds to the side, back, or stomach. So, where have we heard that this happened? You know. So, in a suicide, there may be additional cuts across the wrist or tentative stabbing to see if it will hurt or to work up courage. Then there will usually be only one wound, and most likely in the chest. The multiple stab wound to the back of the upper neck and lower head found at the autopsy were unlikely suicidal stab wounds, especially the different direction, the K, L, Q, R, and S. In the vertical direction, left to right, straight vertical to M, N, and T, and right to left horizontal, O and P. The location of the stab wounds high up on the back of the neck and lower back of the head are also unlikely for self-inflicted wounds. A suicide victim will frequently read a note. I read this earlier. There was none. There was also no indication that the decedent was suicidal from the standpoint of her own family, friends, professional associates, and the psychiatrist who evaluated her. There had been no indication that she had intention to commit suicide or was depressed during the day she was found dead. So, a suicide victim will rarely stab herself through her clothing. Instead, she will open her shirt to expose the skin. Stabbing through clothing may indicate homicide. It is not known if fingerprints on the knife were taken and examined. Opinion. Following the review of all submitted documents, the results of the autopsy, and the accounts from the investigation, based upon reasonable degree of medical certainty, it is my professional opinion that the manner of death of Ellen Greenberg is strongly suspicious of homicide.
Wow.
So there you have it.
Yeah.
There you have it.
This is
I
just
mean,
so sad. I mean, there is definitely corruption in this police department. What are they hiding? Who are they protecting off of the back of this young lady? I mean, wow, unbelievable.
so here it says, let me read some of this, but I already read a lot of this. Okay, number 9 says photograph 10 is a close up picture of a reddish colored stain on a counter. It is not known if the stain is in fact blood. If, however, it is blood, it is consistent with a blood drop with some spatter. This would be further indication that the decedent was upright when she received some of her injuries and then subsequently fell to the floor, leaning back to get the cabinet. Did I lose you again?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Welcome
Sorry.
back.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. You know what I'm figuring out is that if somebody calls me, even though I may decline the call, it interrupts the feed. I think that's what it
Yeah,
was.
yeah. Number 10 says photograph 11 shows the inside of the sink in the kitchen. Two knives and a wash brush are in the sink. Other photographs, see photograph 12, show cut fruit and other knives on the kitchen counter. Review of the medical examiner findings showed that the decedent received multiple stab wounds to the chest, abdomen, neck, and scalp. Multiple contusions, bruisings were noted at various locations on the upper and lower extremities. These bruises were apparently in various stages of healing.
Mm.
The number and type of wounds and blood stain patterns observed are consistent with a homicide scene. I wonder if it shows the pictures because it gave the numbers. So, yeah, I guess these are the pictures. Yeah, it, that's interesting. They went that in depth. These are the citations. Wow.
That's a lot.
Yes. I like the fact that, it is detailed like that. I've never seen an autopsy report. I'm sure it to come because that's the next portion of my schooling is the forensic part.
Yeah.
He's saying it was not a suicide, but then says it is. Could he have done this on purpose because he was being pressured to say it was a suicide? Never know. The opinion right here says it all. Let's be honest here. She had medications in her possession that would have made an OD so much easier. I know that's harsh, but I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's right. The person in the chat that just said that, absolutely, 1,000%, and she's a woman. Why not just OD? I mean, it's peaceful. You go quietly. You just fall asleep. I mean, that's typically how women unalive themselves. Is by some kind of an OD because they want to look good. In the casket. So I mean, yeah, I think that was a good point. Yeah, she did. She had. I
Yeah.
forgot. I forgot about that detail.
Yeah. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Like the she took a handful of Ambien and Klonopin and would have fell asleep. You're right.
Yep. Yes.
You
Yes.
know, that
Yeah.
would
The
have been
chat is
it.
right.
You
Yeah.
fall asleep and never wake up. She would have been gone. Do you think? I mean, let me ask you this because it said two knives were found in the sink. One was, and there was fruit, fresh fruit being cut. Do you think possibly whoever did this interrupted her cutting the fruit?
Absolutely.
Making
hmm and I'll tell you, what happened to a friend of mine in my hometown. Not that long ago, there was an intruder that came into her home. She was washing dishes. Her husband had just left for work. She didn't lock the door behind him. And just started washing dishes, started carrying on about her business in the morning, and an intruder came into the home. She didn't hear him, and by the time she woke up, she was SA'd, and also she was pretty beat up, and she had they hit her in the back of her head. And so, you know, I guess I'm telling the story to say, if she was there minding her business, cutting her fruit, you know, that's just a weapon of opportunity, right? If it was an intruder, and this intruder, the motive, the police department think the motive behind the story I just told y'all, the reason why is because her and her husband, what they do for a living is they repossess vehicles. And so they're thinking that the suspect is possibly someone that have had their vehicle, repossessed. So you know, and they haven't caught the person, but they're the line of work that some people do kind of puts them in jeopardy. When you're out there repossessing cars, I mean, yeah, you're gonna, even though that's your job, and you wouldn't be repossessing someone's car if they didn't, weren't paying the bills. I mean, and that's the responsibility of the individual. Yet sometimes some individuals want to blame somebody, and that's what happened
right,
there. But
right.
and I guess, and I'm going. going on the tangent just to say, what was her background? What did she do for a living? Who exactly was her
She was a
fiance?
teacher.
She was a what?
She was a teacher. She was a
She
school
was just
teacher.
she was a school teacher. Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
But
So
it had
she was
also mentioned it had also mentioned that she had some trouble with her students, and she was not um decisive on whether to stay doing what she was doing or do something else.
wow. Yeah.
Could it have, I mean, could it have been a student?
Of course. It could have
Possibly.
been anybody. I mean, it could have been you. I mean, you know what I mean? There's got to be some, because sometimes, like, that's what happened to my friend. She did not lock the door. So had she have locked the door, there would have been signs of somebody breaking the door down and somebody forcing their way into the home. But they didn't have that because she didn't lock the door. The person walked in. So, if you're in your home, and we typically are, we're in our homes, we tend to feel safe. And, unless we're very diligent, like there's plenty of times where we've even fallen asleep and we wake up the next morning and the door was never locked. You get a
Right.
sense of I'm
I've done
safe.
that. I've
Yeah,
done that before. Yeah.
exactly. So we've done that. So anybody could have walked in. So there goes that piece. I mean, somebody was in the home. Just because they didn't find an entry point, the entry point could have been the door, and she could have just not locked it.
Right.
And the person, knew her schedule, knew she was home. Because I mean, with a friend, with a comparison, that I just did, the person, they know the person that did it must have been watching, and they knew when she was home because they attacked when her husband had just left for work. And she woke up. By the time she came back to, it was several hours later. Her husband is the one that found her, and helped her kind of wake up. So she was laying there, for several hours, unconscious. So can a blow to the head, render a person unconscious for a long periods of time. It did in the case of my friend in my hometown. I'm not an expert in that. I'm not in the medical field, or anything like that. I couldn't say, for certain, how long, but it did for her. So, if she was struck
I
in any
mean,
way,
well,
you
like you
know,
said, it could have been anybody.
yeah,
It could have been anybody. It could have been somebody that had been watching her. I mean, she was a pretty
mhm,
woman. Somebody could have been
yeah,
watching her, and like you said, knew the boyfriend was gone to go to the gym, used that
yeah.
opportunity, and went
And
in and
Marty,
did this.
like, think
So,
about it. You go to the gym. You go to the gym.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't go to the gym, but do you not typically go to the gym on certain days at certain times and you keep that routine? I mean, most men do. Most men are like, hey, I'm going to go to the gym these days. This is what I'm working on. It's how long I'm going to be gone. I go to the gym. I hit the gym at this hour. I mean, like, people tend to have routines when it comes to gyms and all of that, going to work and all of that. I mean, and she is a pretty woman.
I mean,
And that's what I'm saying.
that was just a very short period of time though to go to the gym and work out. Kind of like Rondi was saying, you know, um, and what Glitter's saying right now is he went to the gym for 30 minutes. What was he doing there? I mean, did he just do cardio? Do 30 minutes of cardio on the treadmill and then decide to go back up there? I mean,
Mm,
there's a lot. I mean, I don't know. The fact that she said that they were getting along well and that he was good to her and this and that and the other. I mean
mhm.
the intent when you're looking into a crime, intent and motive is important. Intent. What would be the intent and what would be
Yeah.
the motive? Because
Yeah.
I think that's where people get away from factual versus speculation. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean,
What
and
would
we
be
don't know, like
right?
we don't know, right, what was going on in that relationship, or in any previous relationship that she may have had. Sometimes we do get people that get obsessed with people. Rejection is hard on some people. So I would want to know, like, everything about her, as far as her past. I would want to talk to previous boyfriends, exes, like what type of, how did she end previous relationships, like what was, because there's just so much, that I would want to know about her, to kind of gauge. Because I mean, so just to kind of put it into an example, and I don't know about the chat, they can start kind of chiming in. I went and I saw the movie It Ends With Us. And uh, without giving away too much of the movie, in case, we've got some people in the chat that want to go see the movie. It's a movie about domestic violence. It's a book. It's based off of a book. But the way that they did it in the movie is that when you look at the couple, when you look at the couple in the movie, they are the perfect couple. They are the perfect couple. The male treats her like gold in front of people, and the way
You're onto something right now. Yeah,
a-
go ahead.
and the way that it was portrayed, like the way even she, the way it happened, like the times that he did, hit her, they did a brilliant job in the movie. I mean, I would recommend people going to see it. I would recommend you to go see it, Marty. It's a good movie in the way that they do it, and the way that the character comes back and then realizes exactly what really transpired, right? So, so for people to say, well, she had it, there was a good relationship. He went to the gym, for 30 minutes. I as a woman don't even go to the gym for 30 minutes. I'm usually there at least an hour. Sometimes it gets away from me, and I'll be in there 2 hours, but it's a short period of time. So he had the opportunity, and where did these bruises come from, like in various stages. It just, anyways, it just goes to show, that we don't know what really goes on behind people's closed doors when they're in relationships. We really don't. And we don't know. We just don't know. And he didn't have his in the movie, right? In the movie, the character's motive, what was the motive for him to hit the woman? Like, what was the motive? Well, the motive in the movie is that he had experienced some childhood trauma that was unresolved within him, and he was angry about that. And they kind of allude to that. And that was the motive. So that was it. So if a person is gonna, it doesn't have, if the motive could doesn't always necessarily mean, he was going to get money, there was money inheritance and all that. Sometimes it's within the perpetrator. There's a
Right,
hatred, a
right.
level of hatred there. So
So these
whoever did
these
this.
two these two were about to get married.
Yeah.
Could they have been
Yeah.
financially strapped? Could they have been,
Hmm.
could there have been a lot of inside trouble that nobody knew about, like you're just saying?
Yeah. I mean, because and that's things that we'll never know unless she confided in people, in friends or things like that. I mean, we may never know. I mean, and I know that preparing for a wedding, for some people, not for everyone, but for some people, it's a very stressful time because it's a
Yeah,
huge expense.
yeah.
And that's really where there, if there's going to be arguments, that's usually where couples tend to, they kind of tend to argue about stuff, about the expense, about, do we really need, 50 bottles of champagne for 10 people that are going to attend? I mean, you know what I mean? you know who
Oh
knows?
yeah. I've
We'll never
never
know.
I've never been married, but I'll keep that in mind if that ever happened. I'll be like, nah, we having a bottle of MD 2020 and some
It's a
And
stressful time,
yes,
you
so
know.
that's what we're having at the marriage, at the wedding.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a stressful time because I mean, when we're planning a wedding nowadays, right? It's thousands upon thousands of dollars that the couples spend, and so I mean, it's a stressful time for some people.
I
You
mean,
know.
Kay, you have a master's, right? You have a master's in criminal justice, so you've studied motive and
Hmm.
intent.
Hmm.
And this is something that the true crime community that I've seen by creators or even people that just give commentary, they don't focus on that enough. They don't.
Mm.
And to say that there isn't, there, they don't use that because they say, well, we don't know. But look at the evidence that's been given to you. That tells you a lot. You don't have to know from the perpetrator's mouth, but you can figure it out, can't you?
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
I can look at a crime and tell you intent or motive of what the crime was about. You know, there's a lot of people in the chat that are saying that this was a crime of passion, and it does have the signs of that, you know.
Mhm. It does.
But was she cheating on him? Was she did she have a side dude and she was calling it off and the dude wasn't having it? The dude
Yeah.
was like, I'm in love with you. If I can't have you, nobody can.
Yeah.
Let me
He.
come by and let me
Hmm.
talk to you for a minute while your fiance is gone to the gym, you know?
Yeah. And the sad part about it is that us looking into it, right, Marty? Us, being the public, looking into it, and we think, oh, those people would come forward by now. They would have already come forward. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you, it's the opposite. We would think that people would come forward, but when something like this happens, people tend to clamp up,
Yeah.
depending, right? Not always, nothing is ever always for certain, but a lot of the times people tend to clamp up. And the reason why they tend to clamp up is because they don't want to get dragged into a murder case. They don't want to go up on, just thinking about, oh, I'm going to have to go testify. I don't want to have to do that. It's going to disrupt my life over here. I'm going to keep quiet. And people keep quiet for years and years and years. They'll keep quiet on stuff like that. People don't come up. So you're absolutely right. What do we know about her past? What has been found, about her past? Because there could have been something there. What if he had a past? What if the tables were turned and he was having an affair, and it was just maybe a didn't mean anything to him. She found out and she's about to call off the whole wedding. Now he's going to be
Right.
embarrassed. I mean, it could go either way, right? We're not. I
Exactly.
don't want to place just blame on her, but what about
Right.
him too, right? Because it could
Right,
go either way.
exactly.
It could go either way. And I'm going to be honest with you. When you, for some people, you know, that shred of I'm going to be publicly embarrassed. Man,
Mhm.
people will do whatever it takes not to be publicly embarrassed. Whether that means, hey, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut, you know, or I can't handle my emotions, and I'm gonna explode, and a terrible thing is gonna happen, and I accidentally unalived someone because I couldn't control my emotions.
I mean, you're on to something right there, Kay, because I'm going to speak on my behalf. I can't speak on anybody else's but my own. And in my past, I've been with people that when they either broke it off or I had somebody on the side and I wanted to be with the other person. There was a lot of volatile, not necessarily violence, but there was a lot of emotional volatility. There was a lot of arguments and disagreements and all this stuff. So you're on to something right there. You're on to whenever somebody's trying to get away from a situation that maybe they're tired of or they've been found out, like you said, there's a lot of tension. So that
Mhm.
could escalate to violence very quickly, domestic violence. And I'm not
Exactly.
pointing the finger at the fiance because obviously he's been cleared, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't involved or they did a poor job of that, or maybe they didn't. We only know what we know, right?
Right. Yeah, I just think it just leaves for a lot of unanswered questions, I mean, it really does for me, or it could have simply have been somebody that was, that he didn't even know had an obsession for her and was watching her house. Or it could have been somebody that didn't particularly like him. What did he do for a living? Did he mess people over? Did he, I mean, you know what I mean? And they were,
Yeah,
because at the end of the day, like, going back to the couple that happened to in my hometown, it's a husband and wife repossession company, right? So they both do it. They it's their own little business. That's what, that's their side hustle. So they, a lot of people, you could speculate, in order to get back, how are you going to get back at a man? You're going to get back at a man to hurt him, what, you know his loved ones,
right.
and that closest to him at that point would be, besides siblings and parents and things like that, would be his fiance. I mean,
Exactly.
so, I mean, we tend to think that that's why they did that to my friend, and because a lot of the times on a lot of the repossessions, she does not go on those. She does on
Right.
some, but not every single one. A lot of the times it's her husband going on out on those. And did they do it? Was the vehicle, like a repossession that he did, and they did it back to get back at him? Like, it's just so much. It's just so much. That we don't know, that I think the police department didn't do a good job in one, investigating it, for what it was, which was a homicide, not a suicide, and then, if they did a poor job at that, that means they're not interviewing people. And within the first, 24 to 48 hours, I mean, that is where you really have to go and, get to know and investigate as much as you can, with the past and, alibi. I mean, all of it,
Right.
and they dropped
Well,
the ball.
another part that really sticks out to me in this case, this is the first time that I've really dug into it, so that's why it's so long of a stream, guys. Um, it's a knife in the heart. That is symbolic. That
Yes.
is symbolic.
Yeah.
Whether you believe it or not, psychologically, that is symbolic of somebody saying, I'm killing my love for you or I'm taking my heart back. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But to me, as deeply as I think and as deeply as my feelings are associated with that area of my life, because I'm very heartfelt on a lot of things. So if if I gave my heart to a woman and she messed me over, if I was to ever do that, which I would never, let's make that clear. It would be to say, you broke my heart. This is how I feel right now. You stabbed me in the heart. You killed that that part of me. So I'm gonna take yours.
Hmm.
I know that's very dramatic, but you know me, Carla. You know me, Kay.
Yeah.
That's my way of thinking.
No, and but you're right, though. But you're right, and that's why, maybe when I was talking to myself earlier, that I thought the chat was listening. I did kind of hit on that. That using a knife, the tool is very important. as to whenever somebody decides, to unalive another person, the tool is very important because the knife, when we're talking about a knife, it's very personal to use a
Yes.
knife. It's very personal. And, if you think about it, sure of stabbing her in the face. I mean, you stabbed her where it was probably noticeable when during her funeral, she was stabbed, up in the chest area, in the neck. That's very visible. You know what I mean? I mean, they did it, and so it's just a placement also, of it all, and it is. It's, stabbed her heart, or, the person stabbed her heart. I mean, it's a very personal crime, somebody that knew her, somebody that, I mean, it had to have been somebody that was very hurt by her
Right.
actions, or, or therefore inactions, maybe, I don't want to date you, so I don't want to date you, and that person came back. I mean, we don't know who, but I would venture to say, she probably did not lock that door, when he left. Just kind of like my friend in my hometown. She did not lock the door. The door was unlocked when her husband left. And she was in the kitchen minding her business, washing her dishes. We don't know. We could take an educated guess as to, there's fruit out and all that. I mean, she was probably about to cut some fruit, about to get some, but she was living life in the privacy of her own home, you know. So, yeah, it's just sad. It's just sad. The police department really failed this family, you
Yeah,
know.
it's terrible. Let's continue to watch the video, and then we can have some commentary on that. Okay. Are you good with time?
Oh, yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
The case back to the Philadelphia DA's office. There has been suspicion among some that there may be connections between Shapiro and people who might not want Ellen Greenberg's death classified a homicide. But Shapiro's office told the Philadelphia Inquirer it had never addressed those claims because they were, quote, not acknowledging unfounded accusations. Ellen's parents have gone to court, suing for information about her death. They've been told they don't have the standing to challenge her manner of death or the medical examiner's findings. But now the Pennsylvania Supreme Court is actually taking their case, which gives them hope that they could be getting closer to answers so many years later. I want to bring in Ellen Greenberg's parents, Sandy and Josh Greenberg. They have been leading the charge on getting answers about their daughter's death for over a decade now. So, Sandy and Josh, thank you so much for coming on. A major victory for you guys. You are getting to be heard in front of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and they will decide whether or not, potentially, whether you will have standing to basically ask that your daughter's case be reviewed and that you get to maybe challenge her manner of death. So this is a major victory. How are you feeling about this right now?
Great.
We're very optimistic and very
We understand what it's all
happy.
about. We know the odds were like 3,000 to 100 that we would get our case heard. All those things are tremendous. We're not attorneys, so when we go through this case, which we've gone through for actually almost 14 years, we are almost learning about how to become an attorney, because everything we learn is brand new. So the fact we found that the fact that we're being heard by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court is quite a feather in our lawyer's hat and quite a big step for us.
Sandy, you're a mom. I mean, Josh, you're a dad, but Sandy, it's just excruciating being a parent and not having answers. And, you raise your children and you love them and you want what's best for them. And then you get this call. How horrible has this been, not only to lose your daughter, but then to feel that you don't have the answers that you need and that you believe her case was mishandled from day one?
Well, number one, it was the most crushing blow of our lives. And I really wasn't in the best shape for quite some time initially. rightfully. We were raising our daughter. We wanted more children, but we were grateful to have one healthy, wonderful young woman. We were raising her to be the best possible version of herself. But not wanting to bring her up like a spoiled brat. I wanted her to be able to stand on her own, walk into a room and feel comfortable with herself. She seemed pretty gregarious and she could bring, all her friends together.
On a personal note, Ellen was an individual who was an achiever and an individual who made big decisions and followed through on them. She wasn't really happy with her postgraduate situation. She decided, and I agree with her, to change it. And she went ahead and moved to Philadelphia. She got a teaching certificate. She got specialty certificates. She student taught. She did everything.
Got master's degrees.
She did everything she had to do on her own. While we were like 2 hours away in Harrisburg. Now, 2 hours away, a lot of parents out there are going to say, "Oh, that's almost nothing," and they're right. But our daughter was alone. She was in Philadelphia alone, and she did it all. So it's quite a achievement in my mind.
There's been a lot said about Ellen by some of the officials in this case, that she was suffering from, some anxiety and things of that nature. Would you like to address that at all? Because as it stands right now, her death has been ruled a suicide. It was at first determined to be a homicide and then changed to suicide. Did you have any concerns that Ellen was in a way that made you believe that she was contemplating anything, or that she was depressed or anxious or thinking about taking her own life?
She had anxiety. She was overwhelmed with the number of students per teacher in her classroom. And she had things going, she was planning the wedding, but never did I realize that, after the fact, all these years later, with all the investigation.
Man, she looks so happy right there. This is an insight that I think is important. People don't listen to the parents enough. They don't. Who would know her better than her parents, right?
Yeah.
We didn't know she was having bruising all over her body, that she was being physically abused. I didn't know that then.
We knew something was wrong. I knew something was wrong. I made a deal with Ellen because I didn't feel I could help her. I didn't have a degree in psychology or psychiatry. I was a periodontalist. I made a deal that if Ellen went to a psychiatrist, somebody who could help her situation, which was, she was at the same time she was sending out save this date cards for a wedding, she was also saying she wanted to come home. Two very incongruent
We couldn't
things.
figure it out.
So I arranged with Ellen that she went to a psychiatrist who we found and worked with her, and she said she could come home. She could come home. Mm-hmm. Now, we knew there was something different, but we didn't know what it was. When she went to the psychiatrist, we found out a lot of this we found out after Ellen's death, because we never. My concern when she saw the psychiatrist was to help Ellen and try and save the job. Then we found out about bruises, which were consistent with abuse, and Ellen was also had passed. So a lot of things we found out were post haste. We had no reason to think that anything was really, really wrong. We didn't know about the abuse till after the death. I mean,
when we saw the autopsy report, and it was so
we had
revealing.
No reason to suspect that. Like I said, something was different about my daughter, and I was trying to help her and save her job. That's it. Because we didn't think of anything like abuse.
Hey, Crime Fix viewers. I want to tell you about Wondery's awesome podcast. It's called American Scandal. You can listen right now and explore the biggest political corruption scheme app or wherever you get your podcasts. And you can also binge this, taking this seriously and treating it as a homicide investigation, or take me back to that time. Or did it get?
I was so numb. We're not law enforcement people. We were like,
We
we
barely.
were in a batting cage. You know how the balls just keep coming.
We
That's where we were.
We basically don't even have driver's tickets. I mean, we're law-abiding citizens. We both grew up believing the police.
There was a snowstorm. Then we get this horrific, life-changing news that our daughter is no longer with us.
We didn't even get that.
We're Jewish, so you immediately plan. She was an organ donor, which and I know that was important to her. She wanted to give her organs and her retinas and do all that stuff to help other people. But apparently.
Okay. That statement right there, Kay. If you knew that about your daughter and all the stab wounds that were in the vicinity of vital organs, come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
No. Another interesting thing that they said, and I'm sure the chat picked up on it, was she was giving conflicting stories. At the same time that she was posting "Save the Date," she was telling her parents, "I want to come home," and that's what you and I talked about. You know, and like I said, no, I am now just now learning about this case, right? I mean, as it's developing
Right.
right now on this channel,
As
you know, I
me.
didn't know anything prior to coming in. You know, like I did not. I was not a privilege to anything, but
Sometimes that's best.
yeah, so I mean, you know, so that to me, you know, it just goes back to what I was saying, like, oh my gosh, like, yeah, something was definitely going on with her. There was definitely conflicting things going on, and the dad said it very quickly, and he didn't elaborate on it. You know, I mean, they got her the help because hey, we're not there. You know, we're 2 hours away from you, but let's get you some help. And I'm kind of glad that they did, but you know the develop and I would ask my question would be how long when did she start services with the psychologist or the psychiatrist? How long had those relationships been going on? Because Marty, I mean, you're a therapist. That is your niche. That is what you do. I mean, and you could probably agree with me when I say that with some clients it can take a long time to really develop trust in their therapist to openly talk to really feel. I mean, you're there as a professional. I mean, as much as you know you're a good guy and you're like, hey, you know, like just tell me so I can help you. It still takes time. It
Yes, it
takes
does.
time to get to the core of why the person is, you know, unhappy, or why the person is an alcoholic, why the person is abusing drugs. Like it takes a long time for the person. It's like an onion. We've got to peel it back little by little by to get to the core. So
Right.
I would want to know how long, because it sounds to me like, just listening to them a little bit, it sounds to me like it was all happening very fast, and it doesn't sound to me like she had been in therapy for a long period of time. So did she go to therapy long enough to be able to tell the therapist what was going on? I would venture to say probably not. You know?
Well, in that paperwork that I just read,
Yeah.
the long paperwork I just read, it showed 3 visits. So
That's not enough.
that's no time at all. No,
No
because
time.
usually
That's just yeah, no.
the first visit you're getting to know the person. You're doing a screening, an assessment. The second one you're doing like a treatment plan. What you're going to discuss, and that's what that therapist had said. The next visit she was gonna do a treatment plan to work on with her, because that's usually the process that goes. I mean, the first time usually you're just talking, getting to know them. What brings you to therapy? What are some of the things that you want to accomplish? what are some of your strengths? What are some of your weaknesses? So it does take a while. And, like you said, she's prescribed her medication. So a lot of that with medication management as well. I would venture to say, that she was seeing how the medication was working. Does she need to change the meds? Is she sleeping okay? You know, because anything that is discussed in a therapy session, I always tell my clients, I always tell them, look, there's three things that I have to report per my licensure. One, if you're a harm to self or others. Two, if you're a harm to a child. Or three, you've committed a crime. Or if they're on probation or parole, I got to report to your probation or parole officer that you're dirty. You've admitted to using. So she was not in that for that. But, those three things are her licensures. You have to report that. So if she had reported right off the bat, I'm in an abusive situation, this or that and the other. So she's immediately acknowledging harm to self. And, so you have to report that and get her out of that situation. So there would have been an investigation. There would have been a long, drawn out, let's take you out of there. Let's put you in a shelter. Let's put you in a safe house or something like that. Um, I don't know how it is in other states, but in Texas, that's usually how it goes. People intervene very quickly, and a lot of individuals, to be fair, they don't want to deal with all that because they believe, well, it's just a one time thing or a two-time thing. They were under a lot of stress, blah blah blah. That's why they hit me. They apologize. We made up. They haven't done it since. Yada yada yada. Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
Oh yeah, and and two, the type of drugs that she was on, the medication, I shouldn't say drugs. She was on medication. The medication that she was on, some of that medication you've got to take for about a month to 6 weeks continuously, right? As prescribed, before you even start to feel the effects of it, because sometimes you're very depleted, in one thing or another, so it takes the body a while to get that built up. So it's not medication that deals with mental health. It's not like your Tylenol, your ibuprofen. My knee hurts, I'm going to take an Advil, ibuprofen, Tylenol. 30 minutes later, 45 minutes later, boom, I don't feel the pain anymore. Like, that is not how the mental health medications work. So if all of this was brand new to 3 visits, I would venture to say maybe a month and a half. I mean, but I don't know, right? I mean, I don't know. It could, who knows? But yeah, I don't feel like that would have been an adequate time for her medication, for her to start feeling some kind of relief from the treatment plan when it comes to the medication. There
She,
just wasn't enough time.
hey, she had been a teacher. She
Uh-huh.
had been a teacher for 3 years. Okay, so in those 3 years,
Wow.
things change. You understand the state of Texas and all their constant changes when it comes to state ran programs and stuff.
Oh yeah.
So in 3 years, she would have adapted to all the changes that had to come her way. I venture to believe, but I don't know this woman. I venture to believe that she would have been able to adapt to that fairly quickly in 3 years. Everything changes with the state. Like when I used to work at the prison, man, we had a different mandate every day. Every day. What you did yesterday, you weren't going to do today. All of a sudden, something happened. We got to change that. There's always me. There's always we gotta have this. We gotta have a staffing over that. You know, this and that and the other. So I would say that that would be stressful. Would be
Hmm.
stressful. So to say that that was the major thing in her life, when it comes to life changes, it's usually family and relationships are top number one and number two, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's health problems, then it's financial, and then it's if you have children or that something of that nature. Um, and that's usually how it goes. I know Heather enjoys me saying that saying. I don't know where I got it, but I constantly say it or something of that nature. It's probably as annoying to people as when people say, "At the end of the day," I hate that statement. I dislike it a lot. Okay, I dislike it a lot. I'm not gonna say hate. Hate's a very finite type of word. So at the end of the day, right? So let's listen a little more. I'm loving her parents. I mean, these parents, and they always say, parents should bury their children, not or children should bury their parents, not the other way around. And that's sad in itself too when you hear these types of stories.
Her autopsy was very extensive till the body was removed from the Philadelphia morgue back to Harrisburg, back to our synagogue. They do Chevra Kadisha, and she was being buried in a traditional Jewish service. It went very, very quickly. I wasn't raised to be able to deal with this, but we did. And we tried to do it in the most respectful way. And we want to make our daughter proud. And that's why we're pursuing all that we are.
If you had heard the call we got from the fiance's father, he never said Ellen was dead. He never even said she passed. He only said that
Something terrible has happened to Ellie. And we don't even refer to her as Ellie.
And he didn't even say anything about a ambulance coming or anything like that. All the communication between us and them, meaning the fiance's parents, and the police and the district attorney, was so evasive and so
vague
that we didn't even know what was going on. We had no idea.
I asked Sandy and Josh Greenberg when they had last spoken to Sam Goldberg and his family.
I would speak to him periodically after Ellen passed, even though he and his family associates chose not to join us in Shiva. I don't know what they were doing in Philadelphia, but they weren't with us, which I think we should have all been together if we were all going to be a family.
The only thing I knew was they were purporting the misinformation that Ellen had a psychological problem. The diagnosis was anxiety. That's not a psychological problem where you kill yourself. And they just don't do it. And also, her psychiatrist said she was not suicidal, and was written in her notes like that.
I've made attempts to reach out to Sam Goldberg, but haven't been able to reach him. I also asked Josh and Sandy Greenberg about Ellen's injuries. A rendering shows what her injuries looked like, including a gash to Ellen's head. I don't want to bring up something so horrific, but it's a key point here, and this is your daughter. But you've had experts go over her case for you many times. She had 20 stab wounds, and 10 of those were to the back of her neck. There's a Justice for Ellen Facebook page, and there's a diagram on there, a graphic, and it said 8 to the chest, 1 to the head, 1 to the abdomen, but 10 to the back of her neck. And I just don't understand how anybody could think that somebody somehow could stab themselves 8 times in the back of the neck. And your experts have said the same thing.
Well, I think the next question for you is you need to talk to the Philadelphia establishment, meaning the Attorney General, the District Attorney, the Philadelphia Police Department, and the Philadelphia ME. They need to look at those things. We didn't know any of those things existed. We've been in the dark. And if we didn't pursue this, we wouldn't know any of this because they didn't share anything with us.
In fact, As strange as this is going to seem to you, there's a gash on her head. Have you seen any pictures?
Like this.
They don't even mention that in the autopsy. There are other things that are not mentioned about Ellen's physical condition in the autopsy that we didn't even realize or think about.
If you're ultimately successful at the Pennsylvania Supreme Court and they determine somehow that you're able to challenge, if you are able to have standing and somehow get Ellen's case reviewed, what's the next step for you? I mean, is there an exhumation? I mean, what happens
No, a
after
trial.
that?
There's enough evidence that we have experts also. There would be a trial. And the purpose of the trial is to get the medical examiners to change the conclusion of suicide to undecided or homicide. Now, here's the problem with that. The medical examiner's conclusion cannot be cannot be challenged by any normal tools. So we're breaking precedent there also. So there's two big precedents, as far as I know. There may be third or fourth, who knows, that we've learned about that we're challenging: the medical examiner's conclusion and standing. So you got two things that work against a person when they have this type of situation. We're not alone. Yeah, it may started out that we were getting quote unquote justice for Ellen, and we are trying to get justice for our daughter. But if there's other people out there that have backed out. When I was in practice, I was a periodontist. I had a patient whose attorney convinced her to back out on the whole thing because she's not going to win. I've had two attorneys, one working for the New York criminal justice system, and one who's a criminal defending lawyer, retired, who I would say within the last 3-4 months told me to give up. You're not going to win. I didn't. And I didn't say, what about if it was your daughter? But I'm just telling you what's out there. There are precedents, obviously, in the law that date back, God knows how long, that should not be there. The medical examiner should not be able to walk on water. He's not infallible. He's a human being like you or me. Mm-hmm. And they can come up with the wrong conclusion if they have the wrong facts. And here they had the wrong facts. And we're probably going to talk about the famous meeting between the medical examiners and the police, where the police fed them the wrong facts. So they changed homicide to suicide.
Also when the district attorney was involved in one of the secret meetings.
Talk to me a little bit about what you're referring to with the meeting between police and the medical examiner, where you're saying they were given false facts.
First of all, we found out about these secret meetings only because we were pursuing the case and these people were deposed. And so we have that information. Otherwise, they wouldn't have delivered this stuff to us. And we don't even have all the material that the Philadelphia police are withholding from us.
Suicide is not a crime. There's no reason, if you're not a crime, and the case is also closed, to withhold any information from our attorneys. But the Philadelphia authorities have only given us about 70% of what they have so far, after a judge ordered them to turn it all over.
What do you ultimately want to see? Let's say it is changed to homicide. This would have to start from square one. I mean, you believe, I would assume, that this has been botched from the very beginning.
We haven't gone that far. We are trying to, get an unbiased investigation by an unbiased team with an unbiased leader. That's what our suit is about.
And guess what? If it leaves Philadelphia, maybe it will have an unbiased opinion.
Okay. You asked the question and I answered it. We want the truth. We want justice for Ellen. That's what this is all about. Very simple. It's not involved. We have never, ever pointed a finger at any individual or group of individuals that this has caused our daughter's death. That she was murdered by you or A or B or C. Never.
The Greenbergs have a lot of support. There's a Justice for Ellen Facebook page that posts updates frequently, and the case has received widespread coverage.
I'm
We
gonna have
love
to
the
add that.
support of the followers of Justice for Ellen on Facebook, and we love the support that the media is giving us, and the fact that you're listening, spreading the word, because when you spread the word, it's in the universe.
It
And when
comes
it's in
down
the
to this.
universe, people, the truth will set us free.
If it wasn't for the media, we wouldn't have gotten this far. And we thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy
Seriously.
and Josh. And just to let you know, I reached out to the officer of now Governor Josh Shapiro. He used to be the AG, as I mentioned earlier. At the time of this recording, I have not yet heard back. And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with me. I'll see you back here next time.
Wow. That was a long one, but you know what? I enjoyed doing that. Bye, Scott. Thank you for being in here. You're always welcome. Come on back anytime you want, anytime you're in the neighborhood. You know, I just added that Facebook. Justice for Ellen. If you have Facebook, go add that page. And hopefully we can get mom or dad to come up on panel. And I think it'd be awesome to have you, Kay, as well. And we can ask them questions to get their story out.
Yeah,
What do you
I
think?
think. Oh, yeah. Just let me know. I am definitely. I would definitely love that. I just my heart just goes out to them. I just can't. Imagine. And just they come across so genuine.
Yeah.
And to be sitting there and they're not even knowing fully what's going on, and I mean, and when something horrible happens to you, to a person like that, you don't really have a whole lot of the things to ask, and all that, it just goes out the window. You're in shock, experiencing trauma at the moment. I mean, you're not thinking straight, and I mean, I just feel that the police department took advantage of them. I mean, and here we are. I mean, and he raises a good point. If it was just a suicide, like the way that they're claiming, I mean, they're claiming, hey, it was a suicide, nothing to see here. If there's nothing to see here, then why are you still withholding all of your evidence? Why does their attorneys only have 70% of all of the documentation? You have to disclose that. Why are they holding back information?
Right.
If it wasn't for, there's something that they did not do right. I mean, and I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of people that is going to be on the line. It's going to be that medical examiner. Because in all honesty, he shouldn't have been influenced. You don't want your medical examiner to ever be influenced. You don't want that medical examiner to really even know anything. You want that medical examiner to go in, do their job, and present the evidence without
Right.
there being a bias, without a birdie coming in, oh yeah, this was a suicide, this was this was that, because we're human. We're human, and that's kind of what you and I think in previous conversations where I've been up on your panel, we've talked about biases. We talked about how, man, the more you get educated, the less biases you are, because you're learning how not to have those biases. And a medical examiner really shouldn't really be having too much conversations with the police department, because those officers, they were human. They can be biased. They pushed a narrative. How many times have we seen it where they've pushed a narrative and they believed it so wholeheartedly, and then decades later we done figured out that we were about to execute the wrong person. We held somebody in prison for 20 years and they weren't the killers. I mean, it's a flawed system, because we're human and we have our biases. And my heart just goes out to them. But I think absolutely 1,000% correct. If it was just a suicide, why are you withholding the evidence? Why are you not giving it all over to them? It's more than that.
I mean, it just for the simple fact of dignity for humanity. I mean, have we dilapidated our social structure so much that even the ones that are paid to protect us aren't doing their jobs effectively? Like they're just taking their jobs so lackadaisious that we have to worry about checking them and balancing them, you know, to make sure that they're doing their jobs. I'm not saying that all of them, because there's some
Right.
great police departments, but when you hear about crimes like this that are committed, and then you hear how it's investigated and how, there's so many discrepancies and how things are changed. You didn't hear about this stuff like this in the past. It was investigated and reported, and that's how it stayed.
Hmm.
You you didn't have these evidentiary facts going along the line, and all of a sudden you say, no, no, it wasn't this, it was that. No, no, it was this, or no, it wasn't that. You get what I'm saying? You you normally do not change evidence. You don't lose evidence.
Yeah.
You don't
No.
lose paperwork. You don't lose video. You don't lose body cams. You don't lose audio. I'm sorry, guys. I'm stretching. My arms are sore from last night's workout, so I'm not trying to flex for you guys. I'm just stretching. I just wanted to make that clear. I don't know why, but my arms are really sore. Um. Anyways, back to topic. Sorry, Kay. You know, a lot of times, when these cases are brought to light, people appear one sided, and there's a reason for that. It's because they see the unethical things that are going on, and it's obvious. You know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, this was definitely, but I would, yeah, I mean, if you're able to get them on panel and they want to come up, I mean, please let me know. I would love, I would love to be up on that panel and just kind of talk to them and see what they have to say. And I would be so excited for the chat. I mean, that would be awesome. Maybe you will be able to get them to come on and you know we could
Well, I am
hear
gonna
their
reach
stories.
out. I'm gonna reach out through that Facebook page. Maybe it's somebody that runs um that site for the family. That I'm gonna let them know what I do, and if I can get either the family or a representative to be able to talk to get the word out on YouTube, that would be awesome. I mean, hopefully somebody doesn't steal my idea before I get it done, because I've talked about certain other things and people just they underhand me or undermine me and they go and do it, whatever.
Oh,
So whichever comes first. Maybe after we get off here, maybe you can send that page a message and let them know what, because you and I both do this together, even though you're not a regular. I consider you being, somebody that's invested in the channel as well, because you have your intellect and your degrees and things of that nature. So there's that saying right there. to
mhm.
um to add to the channel, so maybe you could reach out, Kay, if you don't mind.
No, I mean, I don't mind. I mean, I've got, my treatments are done, and everything. I'm just now in the healing process. So I think for me, it'll be easy for me to, reach out to them, and it kind of introduce the channel and just see, give them your contact information and see if they'll reach out. I mean, I think it would be very interesting, for them to, I could definitely help facilitate that and get them all of your information, so you can put them on the schedule. But man,
And
I
any of
would
you
love
in
that.
the chat also, if any of you have time and y'all reach out to them and you give them my information, I mean, you let them know about the channel, that'd be awesome too. We're all in this together. It's not like this is just my channel. Without you guys, there would be no channel. And I hope you understand that. So if y'all reach out and you're able to do something to pull some strings or whatever that I'm not able to do, because I have a lot going on in my life with school and work and trying to keep my health regulated and everything else. I mean, so if y'all guys are able to do that, just let me know, okay? Um, just let me know. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Rondi.
What did Rhonda
Carl,
say?
she says, I would hate to see this in the YouTube circuit.
Yeah.
Carla says, good news for UK. Glad you're feeling better. Hey, Carla, you want to come up for a minute to talk to Kay? I'll put the link down there. You can come up for a second. I know that you know how to do it now. It's been a while. Here we go. Come on up, Carla, if you have a minute. Or anybody else that want to join up here that want to talk about the case. I mean, I don't mind you coming up here and talking about what your perspective is on this case and what your thoughts are. Anybody? SRA or SRB, Glitter, Rondi. I'm not playing music. No, I'm not. Sorry. Last time I did it, I got in a timeout for a week. I'm not doing that again. Even though that was a fun night, though, I loved that night. I
Yeah,
wish
it was fun.
YouTube.
It was so much
I
fun.
wish YouTube would find a way to make copyright somehow that creators can use it. You know what I mean? No, no music.
It was fun though.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, I was DJing it pretty good, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, you did a good job. You definitely did a good job.
STS Nation. Okay, I've never heard of them, but I might go look into them. Carla, there she is. Okay, here's Carla number two. Let me put you.
Hey,
Hi, how are you?
how are you?
Oh, I'm doing good, doing good. I finished up my radiation. Oh, it was man, it was challenging. I'll say that. And but it's done. It's over. I finished out radiation. My last radiation was on Tuesday, this past Tuesday, so I'm fresh out the slammer and not prison or jail, just cancer. But I'm doing good. Today's a good day. Today I got some rest and it's a good day. How are you? Uh-oh. I maybe
Uh
we may have lost her.
oh. Yeah. I don't know what's up with StreamYard lately. I was having some problems last week with it. I'm gonna
Oh,
share a meme with you guys. Here you go. It's something for you to laugh about. It said, as she is grown and still wears kid size shoes, she's toxic as fuck. Yeah. Hey, look who joined the chat, Kay.
hmm.
Candy.
Is my sister in here?
Yes.
She said she was gonna come up.
He said, joining late. What case are y'all going over? We're talking about the Ellen Greenberg murder or suicide. Hey Candy, how you been? How you doing? Yes, turn YouTube off and come back into the StreamYard. Or just hit the link again. I think somehow you got booted out. Hi Candy, welcome to my channel. Welcome. Been a long time.
That's my.
Oh,
I can't. Let me go into. Let me see here. What she. My sister can get crazy, y'all. Oh my gosh.
I'm too wrapped up in the Karen Reed trial, she says.
That girl needs to be studying. That's what she needs to be doing. She's cray cray. Yeah, yeah. We talked. Me and her. We talk a lot about that trial. But yeah, for those that don't know on the chat, my sister's going through nurse practitioner school. She was my wound care nurse, and helped me out
StreamYard.
a lot. So yeah, but she's that's who my sister is, y'all. That's my baby sister.
Carla, are you back?
It said I
Carla.
need to turn YouTube off.
Oh, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Just just close the YouTube app.
Okay, but I can't hear you guys.
You
Oh,
can't hear us?
Okay. Okay.
Well, okay, that's cool. We can hear you though. Hey Candy, what are you studying? Okay, what's she studying?
she's going through the nurse practitioner program at Texas Tech University, and she's going to her track is going to be actually mental health. And so she's going to go through that track. And so I mean she's going to be wonderful. I think once she's done with school to come up on panel for you, because she's going to be able to diagnose and prescribe medication. I mean, uh, she's just ending her semester. Then she'll have 4 weeks off, and then she'll start her next semester. And she's going to start digging into the DSM-5. I mean, something you and I have already, we've dabbled into it. Well, she's about to start dabbling into that, and so I'm very proud of her. And so she is, she's doing really good. She's got some good grades. So despite of everything and being my wound care nurse, she's still making good grades.
That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. Congratulations, Candy. I've known Candy for a long time. Probably, as long as I've known Carla or Kay. Um, yeah, it's been a long time. Haven't seen you in a long time, but I've known you a while. Okay. So I got the hookup, huh? I got a good psychiatrist I can go to, right? You
Yeah,
give me
she's gonna
you
be
give me
taking
some good
patients.
you give me some good meds, Candy.
She'll prescribe them if needed. If needed, she will.
Oh man, oh man.
But she is
Well,
she will be able to, have her own clientele. So yeah, but she's
I'm
gonna be
not
really good, to bring up on panel to do some of these discussions,
right.
as well.
Candy, you want to come up right quick to introduce yourself? Here's the link. Yeah, and for the chat. Well, goodness, Carla, where'd you go?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, there you are. There you are. You
Well,
say just tell 12 Gate to quit yapping and let you talk.
well, congratulations to Candy and congratulations to you, Kay, because I'm so happy that you're feeling better.
Well, thank you so much. It was. Oh, I'm so happy to get my life back to normal. And I mean, it's looking like if I can pass, which I will, when I pass the agility test, because I got to get my mindset right, as sometimes I struggle to. When I pass my agility test that I've got coming up next week, my old employers, they offered me a position. So it looks like I'm going to be headed back to work. And I'm telling you guys, I need to go back to work. I mean, Candy, my sister's tired of paying my bills. No, I'm kidding. But I am hopefully, I passed that. I've got a job, and I should start, on August 30th. So I got some time off. But yeah, so y'all just be saying a prayer for me. I mean,
Definitely some prayers, and I'm excited for you.
oh, thank you so much, Carla. You want to come take this agility test for me?
Lord, no. You'd
Man.
fail it definitely if I took that test.
Oh
So,
no. Yeah. Man, they say I have to lift 40 pounds, man. I don't know. I'm pretty scared. But I think if I lift through my legs, I think I'll be all right.
you can
I can
do it.
I can take it for you. I can lift 40 pounds.
Oh man, I'm telling you, I'll tell them real quick. I'll be like, "Hey, I can have a few representatives here in a matter of a
Yeah,
week to take this for me."
exactly. Exactly. There you go. Yeah, I can lift 40 pounds.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
so Kay, Kay and Carla, what are your thoughts on the Karen Reed case?
Go ahead, Kay.
Oh, okay, okay. I was waiting on you. I was going to give you an opportunity. Here's the thing, man. There's so much going on with this Karen Reed case. Recently, I mean, right now they where we are right now is they did a mistrial. So
Mhm.
everybody's petitioning back. Well, I say cool. It's not, it's not a cool thing. But one of the police officers has been dismissed from the police department and is on administrative leave without pay right now, and they're investigating. So we're waiting to see, like, are they going to they're right now they're saying we're retrying it. We're taking her back. We're retrying it, but at the same time, I think there's just a lot of moving parts. So that's kind of where that case is at right now. Is that, like, one of the main make the main, I can't remember off the top of my head. He's been suspended without pay from the police department. And that's
Proctor.
kind of where we are.
I think his
And
name's Proctor.
There you
yeah,
go.
and
Yeah.
that should be done. That should be done. I
Yeah.
mean, based on what he was talking about as far as going through her phone and looking for nudes, I mean, that is so unprofessional.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, she got a new lawyer. Is what Candy's saying. They're petitioning for the double jeopardy.
Double
That's right.
jeopardy. And that's good.
Yep.
That's
So,
good.
so didn't we talk about Scott? Did we talk about Scott Peterson, or did we talk about the other one? I always
We
get
talked
those
about
two confused.
Yeah, we've talked about both. We've talked about Scott Peterson. I mean, there's a new Netflix show that's going to come on, because he's the Innocent Project has picked up his case. And so they're trying to see, like, did, is he there? Wrongfully, was he wrongfully convicted? We know that that's what's going on in the case. So now Netflix, I believe next week is when they're gonna have a Netflix uh series on it. So Scott Peterson, just to refresh people's memories, Scott Peterson is the husband of Lacey Peterson and Connor. So they were married, and he was having an affair with Amber Fry, and she was
Okay.
pregnant. She was the one that was pregnant, and they're alleging, well, he was convicted of murder of Lacey and the baby Connor, because she was already so advanced in her pregnancy, but that's not to confuse him with with the other, oh my gosh, what the name left me. He's the gentleman that he killed his entire family. So he killed Bella was one of his daughters. He killed his daughters and his wife, and he put his
That
little
was
girls
Chris
in an
Watts.
oil tank. But both ladies were pregnant. I think that's kind of why you get them mixed up. Both of them were pregnant with little boys. Could you imagine? Both of the ladies were pregnant. I can't remember the name of the one, but yeah.
Chris
So
Watts.
Scott Peterson is
The Watts. Chris Watts is
there. You
Yeah.
go,
the
Chris
other.
Watts. There you go. Yeah, Chris Watts and Scott Peterson. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I get those two confused. I mean, because I guess the cases are so much alike.
yeah,
I'm always getting them confused. But you and I did the Chris Watts story, right? We did
yeah,
that on on the channel.
yeah.
Yeah.
We've done that one. If you could remember this, Chris Watts had two little girls.
Yeah.
Scott Peterson, Connor was would have been his firstborn.
Oh,
Correct.
okay.
Okay, that's kind of how you can kind of keep them straight, because both of the ladies, unfortunately, they were pregnant, and I mean, it's just horrible, when we do crimes against pregnant women. I mean, I just can't. Oh, it's just another level of evil that is it's just I can't believe it. But
So were both men having affairs? Is that
yeah,
what
From my
caused that?
understanding, correct. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, both of them were. Yeah, and both of them. What's crazy, when we stop and we look at it side by side, both of them were. Of course, they were lying to their mistresses. Saying that. Scott Peterson just outright said, like I don't even have a wife. And Chris Watts was saying, we're getting a divorce. We're getting.
Yeah. Yeah.
you know. But there's a lot going on with Scott Peterson because what ended up happening, you see, across the street from where they lived in Modesto. This happened in Modesto. So Modesto at the time, and I don't know how it is now, but at that time there was a lot of crime happening, and they lived in an okay neighborhood, but there was just still a lot of crime. Now there was a burglary that had just taken place across the street from where they were,
Oh,
and so yeah, so there is a lot of controversy as to like did he really do it, and they zoned in. This is another one where I don't know, I'm so interested to see the Innocent Project. They just don't take up any cases. I mean, they do their research on the cases before they will commit to taking it on, because it's all pro bono, right? They're not charging the family anything. So they do, a lot of research on these cases. So it's very interesting that they took the case. There must be something, something there for them to have taken up the case with Scott Peterson. But I do know one thing that I've always questioned is the size of boat that Scott Peterson had. They did not allow at the time, and they should have, but for whatever reason, they did not allow the jury to see if you try to mimic. If indeed it happened the way the prosecution says that it did, and that means that Lacey was in the boat, unalived, and he tossed her over,
yeah.
and into the ocean. The whole boat would have would have tipped over. That boat wasn't sturdy enough. It would have all capsized. A lot of different details. I mean, I could go on and on and on, but
Well,
it's going to be
makes
interesting.
the thing
Yeah.
that makes
Maybe.
me
Go ahead. Go ahead.
well, he had dyed his hair and grew a goatee and took out money out of his account, as if he was going to flee. So that doesn't speak volumes on whether he was innocent, in my opinion.
Yeah. And that was a lot, like Scott Peterson. I mean, Carla, you bring up a really good point because he did do that, and they played it up, and it left a lot of people with that bad taste. Like, why are you dyeing your hair? Why did you have I mean, he had like $10,000 in cash. Why did you have your brother's ID with you? Why did you have his identification? I mean, and you got to think like, you know, and I'm not saying one way or another, but if I was accused of something that I know for a fact I didn't do, I think my first instinct would be like, I better run because they're gonna, like I'm running, but that does show, some people could look at it in the way of you're
Well,
running because you're innocent. I mean, you're guilty. You're running
well,
because you're guilty.
if you're innocent, you wouldn't run. Karen Reed could have run,
Yeah.
but she didn't. So
Mhm. Yeah.
that's a,
Yeah,
that's a
I
different
think
case,
that
but
would
it's kind
be
of same scenario.
I
Yeah.
think that would be a good discussion. Maybe Carla, you can join us, and we can, after the Netflix thing comes out, maybe we can all watch it, and then afterward we can schedule a panel and we can discuss it one way or the other what we believe. I think that would be a good discussion, don't y'all?
Yeah. I mean, yeah,
Well, I
for sure.
don't know if you want my opinions or viewpoint.
Hey, everybody's opinion is valid. You've heard that in my chat. That's all
Well,
right.
mine's
FRB, have a good night. Thank you for being here. You're always welcome. Hope to see you again. Go ahead, Carla. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to cut
well,
you off.
mine is strictly speculation and opinions, and it's not backed on an educational background. So I don't know if that's going to be something that you would want to consider.
Well, to have a third party talking about something that we all would see, the more insight we get, the more that we're able to look outside the box. You get what I'm saying? Because I mean, I value people's thoughts and beliefs on things because they can see something in a different variation than what I'm used to seeing, if that makes any sense. That's why I was saying earlier, it's always a good thing to meet someone halfway whenever they're trying to get their point across because I want to see where they're coming from. I don't believe in debating somebody whether they're right or wrong or I'm right or I'm wrong, but I'd like to see, a common ground where we can meet halfway so that I can see their point of view, if that makes any sense.
Hmm. I mean, I would love that, because I do value Carla's, opinions and things, and I love how she's able to express herself very well and carries herself very well on the panel. And sometimes people get shy, they don't want to come up on panel.
Right.
That's always, an issue too. People are just shy. And then some people have a hard time articulating, and they want to turn everything into a battle and be combative, and that's not for a good time for anybody. But Carla, you're not that way. You're not combative. You get your opinions across, and there is this is just very pleasant. You're very pleasant, and I would enjoy you, coming up. It doesn't matter, if you don't have that educational background. I love how you always do state, in my opinion. I love that. I absolutely like that because it does give the chat an opportunity to think, oh, okay, she's not coming from a factual or whatever. This is her opinion.
Correct.
But yeah, Carla, I mean, honestly, I mean, if you would be up to it, I would be up to it. We can watch it, and then we can pick a day where you've got some time, and join us on panel, because I think Marty's right. I think we would really enjoy it, and you could bring a totally different perspective on it, and it'll give me something to, hey, I've got to get my wits on, and make sure I know what I'm saying too. I mean, I think it would be a good discussion. I would love to have you.
Okay. I
Okay.
agree too. Um, I was gonna say something. It slipped my mind. I don't know. Um, yeah, I believe that case, since it's coming back into the spotlight, I would like to use the panel as a way to discuss it with the subs, and I'm up
You
for
could
it.
do a, mod night, 12 gauge. You could get your mods like Ronnie and Aquarius and uh
I can't get them up here. I've tried. I have tried.
but they
Heather,
but they
Blondie, Aquarius. Aquarius have been brave. She came up on panel one time, but I have yet to get Rondi up here. Heather
Yeah.
well
either. Well,
they'll yell and scream for me to come up here, but they won't come up here. That's not fair.
exactly. Jeff is a mod, but Jeff won't really talk on other cases that he's not very familiar with. And there's no right or wrong answer when we're talking about certain cases. Just like
Right.
this one that I talked about tonight, I didn't have any clue other than they were discussing um, whether it was murder or whether it was suicide. So, I thought that's that's an interesting topic to talk about. The one thing I enjoyed about this case is there was a lot of evidence, a lot of facts, and it
Mhm.
led you in a direction where you could follow it. You didn't have to make up your own interpretation of whether you felt, the fiance was guilty or whether he was innocent or whether the parents had something nefarious on going on. You know what I mean? The facts were right there in the autopsy. They were right there in the paperwork, and I thank Glitter for sending me that because that helped a lot. That always helps a lot whenever you're talking on these cases. Is you want to do the family justice. You want to get the right facts out there rather than just speculatory, well, this is what I think or this is what I feel. Because that's not evidence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I enjoy Glitter. Glitter is very responsive in chat and she has a lot of
Yeah.
good points.
Glitter,
Mhm.
you want to come up for a second? Let's get you acclimated to the panel. Let's hear your voice. You
Yes.
don't you don't have to be um on camera. Just get up here and talk to us a couple minutes. We're going on 4 hours. Why not six, right?
Yeah, why not? It's a
Why
party,
not?
right?
Why not? It's a Saturday night. We're having a good time. Come on up. Come on up. There's the link. You're more than welcome.
Did your sister not want to come up, Kay?
No, she was on a break. So she's got her last exam. I
Oh,
think she
okay.
takes it on Tuesday. And so they only gave them 2 weeks to prepare for their exam. It's not they don't have like finals, so they just have exams and she had to write a paper and stuff. And so this is it, for her, and then she'll be done for 4 weeks after she takes her test. So she was just on a little break and hopped on, and I think she's probably hopped off by now. Um but yeah, she's that's the whole thing. She's just studying, and it's
Maybe
cool.
next time. Yeah,
Yeah,
next time she can.
I'm telling you, yeah. She told me that her test is over 10 chapters. I'm like, you have got to be crazy. I
Good
can't,
grief.
read that much. Yeah, it is an unbelievable amount of information that they have to learn.
I've got
I
one graduating in May, my daughter, and my
Oh,
son's
Oh,
already
congratulations.
graduated. He works in a pharmaceutical company. He's a chemist. So,
oh wow.
but I have no formal education, but my kids do.
Hey, that's what it's about though, right, Carla? Is the
Yeah,
next generation, they got to be, yeah.
yeah. Well, anyway, we're not going to have some music and start some parties and Melissa McCarthy dancing and all kinds of stuff like that.
You know what happened last time. I don't know if you were in here, Carla, but
I
um, one,
was. So yeah, I
one,
was.
one Saturday night I was DJing and we were down to the last two songs. Everything had gone great, but those last two songs were copyrighted. So I got a third party copyright against me. And that's what kept me off YouTube for a week. And then I went on vacation for a week. So I kind of had like a 2 week vacation off of YouTube. So yeah,
Got in trouble doing all that troublemaking.
that's me.
He got busy DJing and wasn't looking to see if it was copywritten or not. Because they'll let him use certain music. That's the
Yeah,
Yeah.
problem. Is certain music is eligible, but then other music is not eligible. And if you do it, oh, I mean, what money did Marty make that night? None. I mean,
right,
it's not like people. It's not like he was saying, "I'm gonna play this song, you guys, and everybody pay $10." I mean, I mean, I just wish that YouTube wasn't so strict. I mean,
right,
obviously they didn't make any. He played it one time. It's not like he was making any money. It was not like he was making a video. I mean, like,
right.
oh man, it's just.
I know what I was gonna tell you while we're waiting for these. Oh, Glitter's in here. Hold on a second,
All
Glitter.
right.
All
Hey
right.
Kay, hey Kay. You
Mhm.
remember when I was young, right? When we went to the prom.
Yeah.
To have hair back here, right? Well, you see that I'm growing hair back here.
Uh,
I'm gonna. I have a faux hawk starting. Well, I'm gonna. I'm gonna grow out the mullet again. I think. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm gonna grow. Ask Kay about the mullet whenever we
I
went to
have
the prom.
pictures of him. I
Well,
have
Glitter
pictures.
was in here. Glitter was in here. Then she popped out. So come on back if you
Oh,
heard.
I had to
Yeah,
turn
maybe.
YouTube off in order for mine to work. I had to turn YouTube off just
Yeah.
to let you know.
Hey, Carla or Kay, if you have that picture and you email it to me, I'll show the chat the
okay.
picture.
I think I do. I just have to look for it. I know if I don't, my mom definitely does.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I'll look for it. I'll look for it and see if I can scan it in and get it to you.
All right. Hey, Glitter, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I don't know how to put my picture on there. Hi, guys.
Um, what you do is
Hey.
you see the three little dots, or if you're doing it on your phone,
Yeah,
um,
I'm
it
on my
says
phone.
edit. It says edit, and
Um,
then follow the prompts.
wait, do I need to click on my picture on the white dot? I'm so dumb, y'all. I
I
don't
don't
even
know.
know how to do this.
I don't
I
have
don't
a clue.
know. I don't
I don't
either. I've
have a
never
clue.
seen this before. The three dots that says more? No.
Yeah, because I'm doing mine on the laptop, so I've never done it on the phone. Well,
Well,
welcome to
amazing.
the channel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
It was fun.
welcome.
It was so fun. I can't believe my food was sitting out on my porch for like an hour and a half. I was so engaged. I totally forgot I ordered food.
Was it
Oh
good?
my god.
I don't know. I just put it in the fridge.
Oh,
It's just a Subway salad. They're always good.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well,
I
you
want
had
to.
some good points, Glitter. I
Well,
enjoyed
thank
what you
you.
had to say.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys are all so nice in here.
Well, we try. We try to stay chill. Hey, Rondi, have you figured it out yet? Come on up.
Yeah, Rondi, you're always pushing me to come up here. You better get up here too.
Well, let me verbally give the instruction of how to do it. You click on the stream. You click on the link, and then it's going to redirect you to StreamYard. Once you see the StreamYard, open up the picture. It says connecting mic and camera. You can click the camera off and then click enter the stage. And what you'll do is you'll come into StreamYard, and once you're entered the stage, then you close out your YouTube browser, and then you can come on up.
I'm trying to. I think I've got the picture thing figured out. Do I need to mute my microphone? Am I echoing?
No, you're not echoing at all.
Okay. Thank you.
So, are we in general consensus that this was a murder?
I believe it
Yes.
was. I
Yes.
100% believe it was. I just want to know why the ME changed his mind. I feel like it was political because it was an election year for the sheriff and the judge.
I don't know. I mean, I believe it's a murder as well. There's just so much though in that autopsy report that the wording was changed to make it sound like a suicide, and I don't know what would be the incentive for the medical examiner to want to say that.
I have no clue. Oh, I think I did it.
Yeah,
There
there
you
you
go.
Yay! Okay, I'm so excited. I love to learn things. No, I think it would be really cool if you like got a. It's Halloween stuff is out. Go up to Walmart or wherever you have and get a plastic knife, like a Halloween knife. Because I don't want to see you with a steak knife. But just like and try to do those motions. I was trying to do it in my head. There's just I just pictured him walking behind her and grabbing her in a sleeper hold with her neck in his elbow. And you kind of like I've seen it happen to people, and you just kind of like their legs get weak, and then just the way it went up and around her head and down her back, it just seemed like he was just like he was, and then dropped, and then she dropped. That's what I pictured, but that's my opinion.
I can't do that. I mean, I can't do the motion behind the head like
No,
they were talking about.
yeah, and she might have been a little bitty person, but our joints and stuff only move a certain way, and then the way that it said like was it H cut H, the back of the flat side of the knife was at 12 o'clock, and the serrated side was at 6 o'clock.
Hmm.
So that didn't make sense. How she would have been twisting her hand all different ways to do those different. I just don't see it. Oh, my kid just walked in.
Well, how could
I'm
you?
gonna mute for just a second and let him know what I'm doing so he doesn't run his
Okay,
mouth. Okay.
Carla, you're okay. We talked about earlier how there was a stab wound right here along the clavicle area, right? And it
Mhm.
said on the right side. How could you feasibly stab yourself there so deeply if your right hand is?
Right. You can't.
It's
You
not
know, you
possible.
just, exactly. Yep, I
Yeah.
agree.
No.
Not
I
possible.
just know. And then after the whatever stab it was that her lungs started to fill up and she cut her aorta. How could she keep going 10 more stabs after that or more?
Exactly. Exactly.
And
Yeah.
Yep.
then stick the knife in her heart to like mic drop? No, I don't think so.
I mean,
No.
that would have been the last one. And they talked about um two stab wounds that were post mortem, so she was already dead.
Yeah, yeah, no, it doesn't make any sense. And what I want to know is why, when you have a serrated knife and you're like cutting your meat, it seems like the cuts wouldn't be smooth. You know what I mean? And he described all of the cuts as smooth.
Mhm.
Wouldn't it be jagged? Like I hate to say it, y'all. I'm so sorry, but the meat, well, it would be kind of jaggedy, right?
You would think so,
Most
yeah.
people, well,
Ugh.
I'm
Unless he
not
was
trying
like
to
doing it with
sound
such force.
I'm not trying to sound callous either, but whenever most people are stabbing someone, they stab in and then they turn to bring the knife out. When you're stabbing in, the knife kind of gets caught, so you turn it a little bit to bring it out.
And see, I would think that with a serrated knife too, it would get. Oh God, I'm so sorry, everybody. It seems like it would get. You would have. I don't know. I've never stabbed anybody, but I'm just picturing cutting meat. But with a smooth knife, it seems like you could go faster. But we all have knife blocks, right? And we have those ones that look like our steak knife, but they have the smooth edge for cutting vegetables or whatever. So I'm wondering if the murder weapon was just completely staged. That last stab in the heart was a different weapon than the rest of it. I wonder. I don't know.
I don't
I don't
know
know. I'll
either.
have to go read it better
Well,
because that was the first
wasn't one knife found in the sink that she was
two.
using herself?
Yeah, I think there was two knives in the sink, and then there was the murder weapon. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, there's a video in my library where I talk about knife wounds because I was doing the knife wounds on the Idaho 4 case. So I was talking about knife wounds and how they're perpetuated in the body and this and that and the other. And it said that 80% of knife stabs are the forward motion like that. We think most people stab like this.
Right.
So if she was gonna kill herself, she wouldn't be able to do the straight on stab because that's what you would do with somebody's in front of you.
Right.
Or you would do this.
Right.
And that's impossible to do. I
And
would
turn it at 5 o'clock and 3, whatever the numbers were. I was trying to
yeah,
picture.
10
It looked like it
o'clock.
was being spun around different ways.
Yeah, I mean, and there was an upward motion it said as well. So I mean
Yeah, no. It had
that's
to be
very
stabbed at the top of your head. I'm just telling you, no woman is going to stab herself 20 times and stab the top of her head and like just move it around. No, she would have just took. I believe, in my opinion, she would have just took a handful of the Klonopin, a handful of Ambien, and went to sleep. That's what I think. But it didn't even say. I just said a trace of the Ambien, which means she probably took it the night before, right?
Right.
But then it had the Klonopin.
Facebook is so gross. I gotta share this with you guys.
Okay. Oh my god, that's nasty. That's on Facebook.
Yeah.
No way. Oh Lord, that was nasty. What? I
Well,
didn't even read it. I closed my eyes and turned my head up and said, "Okay,
12
let me
gauge,
see."
if you're going to get in trouble, keep showing those things.
Yeah, that is funny. That.
I swear. Grief.
Well, I opened it up and I got a
Funny.
notification and I got a notification. I opened it up and that was the first thing that popped up. I was like, oh my god, that's nasty.
What kind of friends do you
Wow.
have though that's posting that?
Wow. I'm a member to like all kinds of meme groups, so they post all kinds of stuff like that.
Memes are funny though, so I get that.
I never saw where those kind of juicy gears were attractive other than to point your eyes to that area. But
That's
most of
exactly
the people
why.
that wore most of the people that wore the juicy pants like that just should have. I didn't want to be pointed in that direction.
Right. Well, people with a juicy rear end don't need the word juicy on their butt. It's like a lion
Right,
going to tell you he's a
exactly.
lion.
Exactly.
Well,
That's
hey
funny.
guys, I'm gonna have to say good night. I'm gonna get in the shower and call it a night for me. But you guys keep on discussing, and I'll follow up on that, Marty, and I'll see if maybe if they'll see if the parents want to come up, and I'll make
Yeah.
sure to watch, and then yeah, hopefully I can join in on some more lives next week as you have them. So
Yeah, it'll be some time because the Scott Peterson thing's not coming up for a while, right?
yeah, it's not coming up for a little bit, so we've got time.
Hey, are you gonna go put on your juicy sweatpants?
Nah. Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Don't get yourself banned, okay? Please.
Exactly. He's heading in that direction, Kay.
I
He
know
really
it.
is.
I know. Well,
Well,
he
she's
starts
known
playing
me.
music, we're gonna it's done. We can't play no music.
She's known me for a lot of years, so she knows this is natural. So that. Well, you
Yeah.
have a good evening, Kay. I'm glad that you're doing better. It's great to hear that. It's great to
Yes,
hear,
Yeah.
definitely.
and that
Oh,
you're done with the radiation and all that.
yes, I'm gonna start getting my life slowly back,
Well, that's
so
good.
yeah.
That's good.
Good, Kay. So happy for you.
All right. Well, I'm gonna hop off of here. Carla, do not let him get into too much trouble.
I'm trying to make him behave, Kay, but there's only so much I can do.
I know it. All right. Well, y'all have a good night. Good night to
All right,
everybody
you
in
too.
the chat.
Night.
Good night.
Good night, Kay.
Night.
Good
Good night.
night.
All
That makes
right, all
sense
right.
though. You got. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you.
Do what?
I said I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you.
Oh, you're fine. What'd you say?
I said it would be cool if you got the parents on here and we could come up with a bunch of questions that we've been asking all night and see if they
Yeah,
had answers to. That would be great.
that would be awesome. That would be awesome. They seem very approachable in
Yeah,
any way to help them get their story out so
absolutely.
they can get, so they can get their daughter some justice after all these years, you know. I
Right.
mean, it's just tragic when you hear stuff like that. It's like this might be a biased point of view on my part, but to me, it seems like there's not enough attention on the victim. There's more attention on the actors, you know, the suspect
Absolutely.
perpetrators.
You're right. You're right. And it sounds like they really want to just tell their story. They want everybody to hear. And I don't know a lot about, they said they were Jewish. I don't know a whole lot about that, but I'm thinking just having suicide attached to her name might literally be offensive. I don't think it's about the insurance like I was reading. They're saying that the parents want to clear her name so they can collect on the insurance. But and I read they were well off real estate agents. I don't think it's about money at all. I think they want to clear her name and get justice for her. I think is she their only child?
It did. I didn't. I think so because the mom
Hmm.
mentioned, you know, she was our miracle. We wanted to have more children, but she was the only one we
Oh,
had.
that's so
So
sad.
yes, exactly. You know,
Wow.
that just breaks my heart. Like whenever you hear these parents get their, you know, they're speaking out for their children, but yet
Yeah.
people are critiquing the heck out of them based on what they look like, you know, if they're being sad or if
Right.
they're showing too much anger or just anything. And I mean, I don't have any children, but I can't imagine the loved ones that I do have if I'd be so passionate or so passive if something was ever to
Mhm.
come
Right.
that tragic to happen to them. I don't know about you guys. You guys have children, right?
I do. Yeah, I do. And
I
I
do.
can't, I can't imagine. And just to want and the justice, but just to want, I like things to be right. So just to want things to be right, and if somebody murdered one of my children, Lord,
I'd want justice.
we better figure it out. I don't know if I can handle it for 14 years, but they have held on strong, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if
And
you
you
think,
know to have attorneys and people in power to diminish your resolve regarding you wanting justice for your child,
mm,
just say to your face, "Oh, that was a suicide. Why are you trying so hard?" You
mm-hmm.
know that's terrible.
Yeah, and I get mad when somebody runs their mouth to one of my kids. I can't imagine. Mm-mm. And just when you know something in your heart, you just know it. And as a parent, we know things, about our children. We just know. We know if they're lying. We know if they're hiding something. We might not know what it is, but we just know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what is wrong with you? Why are you,
Yeah.
what is off? Something's off. You just know and you just want it to be right. So I can't imagine the level.
I mean, that's where that term motherly instinct comes from, right?
Yeah.
You got
Mm-hmm.
that right. Yep.
Yep.
So the mom
Mm.
just knows. You could walk in and mom already knows. She says,
Yeah.
"Okay, so tell me what's wrong." Oh, there's nothing wrong. I can see it. What's wrong with you? Or I
Yeah.
can hear it. I'll be
Yeah.
talking to my mama, and you know,
Yeah.
my mama's 70 something years old, and she'll be like, "What's wrong?" And be like, "What the
What?
hell?" There's nothing wrong, you know. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know what you're hearing. Where she's like, "I
Yeah.
can hear it. What's wrong with
That's
you?"
right. I tell mine, dude, I'm in your head. I'm in your head rent free. I already know. So
Yeah.
just get out. And then my son, my youngest one, is at home still. He's 16, almost 17. And he literally thinks I can read his mind, I think. He's like, how did you know that? Why do you know
Well,
that?
16, 17, that's a good thing. That's a good thing that he thinks that.
I know, right? He's a good boy. But he don't know that I know just about everything about everybody at his job. So I'm like, no, you're not riding with that person. Oh my gosh, no. So
Yeah,
he's
I
like,
work with
how do you know this?
adolescents. I work with adolescents, so they're always telling me, why did my mom's on me all the time, or they tell me not to do something, so why do I do it? Just to get to them.
Oh Lord, I would never. My dad was a Marine, so I never tested. I would try if I thought he was mad at me. But
Yeah.
and my daughter, I have one daughter and three boys, and my daughter, she's 25 now, but man, when she was between 15 and 17, she tested my inner ghetto for real. I mean, well, it's my best friend now. But yeah.
Yeah.
Well, can you relate to that?
Well, yeah, I have a 26-year-old and a 22-year-old. Definitely can relate to that.
Oh yeah.
Are they girls
Hey,
or
Yeah.
boys? I
I
can't see
have a
that. I
girl
don't know
and a
how.
boy.
Oh, you do.
Yeah.
My oldest one is 29. He's the one that lives in Texas. He just got out of the army, and then I have them all the way
Okay.
down. I got like two older ones and two younger ones, but the 16-year-old that's at home is the youngest. They're all the rest of them are gone away and doing their thing.
Oh, yeah. They grow up fast.
Too fast.
hey, like something else that I've heard about the mother's intuition. It's almost like when you're close to your child, like that lady. That lady seems more close to the daughter than dad, even though he seemed close. Mom and daughter probably had the same personality. She seems like a
Yeah,
very sweet, approachable woman,
right.
So they say if something goes on with your child, you can almost feel it.
It's
Like
true.
you can, I don't know about that, but that's what they say about, the motherly intuition.
Right.
So,
No, I don't know about you, Carla, but this is going to sound so strange, but it's the truth, y'all. I'll put it out here for all YouTube. It's completely off the subject, but my daughter recently got like these splotches, little splotches on her face, kind of like dry skin, and she was showing me, and she's going to the dermatologist, and I'll be damned if I don't have like two of them on my face. I'm like, what is?
Hmm.
Hurry up and go to the doctor so my spots will go away. I don't understand that, but it's the truth. I've never had anything on my face before, but there are two, and one's right by my mouth, and it's real bright red. I was like, what is going on? So I don't know what that is. Some kind of connection. But I'm a Pisces. I always think something's connected. I do. I do. I'm like trying to figure it out.
I'm an Aquarius.
Okay, so you it's a water sign too. It's kind of the same.
Hmm.
Yep. And Virgo.
yeah,
Virgo is
I
up.
don't think so.
My daddy was my grandbaby. He's getting returned too. He's Virgo also.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
he's
a
a
Virgo.
Leo. He's a Leo. My dad was a Virgo though.
Yeah, I'm pretty much what my sign says. I'm not into astrology a lot, but I've read up on my sign, and I'm
Yeah,
pretty much that.
the personality profiles. I think a lot of times they hit it spot on. I don't really believe it. I don't even read the horoscopes or anything. I think it's.
So,
I mean, I don't know, but when I read personality profiles, and I'm like, wait a minute, it's true. It's true.
yeah. So Carla, your kids, we're talking about how how connected a mother is to their children. Um, do you believe that this mother will ever find closure
No,
for no? How about you,
no.
Glitter? Do you think that even though they go through the court system and all this stuff, and even if they do get it changed, do you believe that the mom will be able to move on, find closure?
See, I don't know. I don't. Probably not. I'm gonna say I'm gonna compare it to the only thing I can really compare it to. I did have a grandbaby that passed away a couple of years ago. He was 1.5. But my dad, when my dad passed away, it ended up be 10 years. It's so weird because I can't. I mean, I still to this day will send messages to his Facebook or post on his Facebook just because I can't talk to him, and I don't know. I can't imagine. I can't imagine. I think that there will be a certain satisfaction if they get that removed from her name. but I don't think, they probably think about things like how old their grandbabies would be right now and the different milestones in life. And it made me cry for real. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to think that they were robbed of that because somebody was jealous or angry or whatever their motivation was.
I mean, since we're talking about suicide, it's always been said suicide is a temporary solution to a permanent
A
or
permanent solution.
temporary. Yeah, I'm trying to think of it.
I
Yeah,
know what you mean, though.
yeah,
Yeah,
and it seems like murder these days. I say murder. I don't say unaliving. I don't.
right,
I use words.
right.
Like murder has become people's go-to when it comes to I can't figure this out or I've reached my limit. I'm just going to go ahead and eliminate the problem.
Right.
Where
It's like
before
hitting
you
the
actually
reset
work
button.
through it. Yeah.
Mm-mm. Yeah, there's no respect for human life, and everybody wants immediate satisfaction. Like when they lose a game, they turn it off and start it over, or you know, their marriage don't work, so they get a divorce and have another one instead of really trying to work hard and fight things out or just letting. People have such a hard time of just letting stuff go. Just let it go so much. I mean, there's things you can't let go, but if somebody don't want to be there, go because obviously God's got somebody better for me than you. So bye. I can't
Right.
do it. Not
Right.
saying I've never done that. I'm 52, so there's been times in my life where I didn't understand that. Just let it go, and I was sad and all the good stuff. But these days, I'm just like whatever.
Yeah.
I'm
I
so
think
tired.
wisdom. I
So
think
tired.
wisdom does come with age, even though we fight it. You can't help but get a little wiser.
I wish I
What do
would
you
have been
Correct.
think?
wise in my 20s.
What do you think, Carla?
Well, I'm 49. I'm definitely with letting it go.
Yeah, it's too exhausting to argue and fight, and it's way more fun to just laugh and play and just let it go. You know,
Hmm.
I used to stress about all the dishes and all the laundry and all of this, and now it's. I hope I get to it. You know, I hope I get
Yeah.
to it. If not, I'll get to it tomorrow. It's terrible, but it's true.
You know,
Kill.
I
Right.
I can't say that I've reached that state of tranquility yet. I still have my moments. There's some times when I just lose my stuff. And Carla, if you've been in here at all for any length of time in my chat, you've probably seen it. But it's not that I don't feel bad afterwards. I feel bad because I should have handled it better. But I had a boss, and she was a Pisces, and she had that serenity thing down. She would tell me, "Hey, just meditate, just do yoga, just do all these. Let me give you some stones to play
Oh
with,
my
and
gosh, that's not
you
me, man.
know, all that stuff." And
Yeah,
it drove me crazy. It drove me
yeah,
crazy because I was like, I cannot get there.
yeah,
I've gotten a long way from where I used to be,
right.
but I'm nowhere near that sitting on the top of a mountain humming in the air. It's like I'm not there. It's going to take me a while. But
Yeah. No,
but
I
my family tells me I'm the calmest person they've ever met, and I'm like,
yeah,
well, to the exterior, but the interior, my head is going a million miles an hour. Some
yeah,
days.
mine too, but I don't project it.
Yeah.
And that's mainly because I don't want to weigh other people down, if that makes any sense. Now we're going to get into the deepness here. First time I'm paneling, telling it all. No.
Hey, sometimes I'm a therapist, so I bring that stuff out in people. Sometimes they say,
Oh,
you're
Lord.
easy, you're easy to talk to. You're easy, you're a good listener. I talk a lot more on here than I do when I'm doing therapy, though. I do listen better than longer than I talk.
No, I think you're a good communicator, how you want to know other people's side and,
Let me ask
all
let me
that.
ask both of you a question, okay?
Okay.
Would either one of you have figured that I was a therapist? Unless I told you. Would that have been the profession you would have given me?
I didn't have enough information yet.
How about you, Carla?
I think that I was leaning more on a counselor side, but
Something
that's in the same realm of psychiatry, I would think.
yeah,
Well, I'm
something
not a psychiatrist. I'm a therapist. I'm just a regular, drug alcohol therapist. So,
yeah, it
Well, I
had to be
mean,
something because
you.
men don't usually. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, that's okay. I was just going to say that 12 Gauge has got the give and take to him. He'll give his opinion and then he wants yours. He wants to hear what you have to say because he wants to evaluate. He's got that
Right.
evaluation going on. He's got that analytical
Mm.
uh, intelligence going on there.
And I wish there was, especially in the men's side, I wish there was more people who just accepted other people's opinion, let them have it, and not
Mm-mm.
try to force theirs and not tell them they're wrong because they feel that way. Just to discuss it, and then if they change their mind, they do. If not, they don't.
Yeah, agree to disagree. I agree completely.
It would be boring if we were all the same. What would we fight about? No,
yeah.
Exactly.
I
no,
mean, I learned that a long time ago. It's okay to agree to disagree, and
absolutely.
we only know what we know. I mean, we get to a point where we only know as much as we challenge ourselves to learn.
That's
If
true.
we stop learning, then we're stuck on
Yeah,
the bias of our last belief. So
yeah,
we only know what we know. And if we don't go any further than that, then we'll never really see other people's perspectives and we won't be able to meet them halfway. And I
that's
think going older, that comes with wisdom. I think, I always knew older people that I'd talk to and they'd be wise and they'd be telling me all this stuff. And I'd be like, there's no way I'll ever get to that point. You don't make any sense to me. You're just like, that sounds great, but I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if we'll ever get there. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Now that you're 49, now that you're 52, I'm 52 also.
Okay, good. I remember teasing you yesterday about it.
Yeah, um, did y'all ever envision yourself at this age? Did you ever
No,
envision that you'd be, I don't want to say middle age because I hate that. No,
elderly. I get called elderly whenever I tell people. They're like, "How old are you?" See, I have a 16-year-old, so it kind of people can't figure it out. But when I mention my 29-year-old son, and I was 23 when he was born, they're like, "What?" I was 36 when this one was born. They're like,
yeah.
"Wait,
Mm,
what?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I was."
yeah.
I like to use the word seasoned, like I tell people I'm a seasoned
It's,
veteran, I'm
it's
a
because
seasoned
men think you're a piece of meat. That's why you like the word
veteran.
seasoned.
Yeah,
Like a piece of meat.
exactly. I like to use that word seasoned.
Yes.
I don't like middle aged. I don't like it still trips me out when people call me sir or when I'm
Uh,
doing a class with the 15 and 16-year-olds and I'm telling them about when I was 15 and 16 and they're looking at me like, "What?
was Jesus here?
What?" It's like, "Oh my
Oh,
god.
Jesus. Oh,
Get this
buddy.
old guy out of here. Get this old guy out of here. Bring someone younger that can relate to us."
When you were talking about your hearing last night, or was it last night? Was it this morning? Last night, I
Yeah,
thought
I was
about
listening.
hair, and I had this one old man one time. He was really old, like 50. No, he was like 70s. But I
Yeah.
was, men they grow hair in their ears when they get old, so we have to trim that out when they get their hair cut. And I always mention, do you want me to trim their hair in your ears so that they don't get scared when I go at them with my trimmer, right? And this man, one time, he's like, no, you can just leave it there. I was like, what? It was really long. And he's like, I finally figured out why God put that there. And then his wife must have known what he was going to say because she turned almost all the way around in her chair to look over this half wall and she stared at him. And he said, yeah, God put that here so I can filter out her nagging. I thought I was going to die. But he really
That
did
is
want.
hilarious.
It
That
was
is
funny,
hilarious.
right? It was funny. I
I
love going
always,
to old people.
always feel my stylist. She always, like rubs up against my ear like that with the clippers. I'm like, what's she doing? And then she told me one day, she's like, there was a couple hairs growing on the side of your ear. I was like,
A
well,
couple.
please take them off. Please take them off. You're fine. You're fine. Just don't
Yeah.
cut the ear off. I need it. That's my good ear.
No. You know what? When little kids would tell me, "Don't cut my ear," I'm like, "Why? Your mom says you don't use them anyway." And they're like,
Yeah,
"Wait, what?"
yeah.
No, they're not gonna cut your ear.
So you're a hairstylist, huh?
Yeah, I used to be. Well, I mean, I can still cut hair, but that's not what I do. But
Yeah.
that was fun.
My mom used to do that for a living, and
Yeah.
I used to get so mad at her because I shared the story about the mullet with
Oh
Kay.
God.
So when I was pursuing her, I had the spike and the mullet in the back.
Lord, like Billy Ray
And it
Cyrus.
was yes, exactly. It was like this long,
God.
down on my shoulders, and it was
Lord have
curly.
mercy.
It was curly, and it was shaved on the side like this.
Oh gosh.
That's the hard part, but it was shaved on the side. And I was thinking about, because I see that look coming back, and I'm
Yes,
like,
it is. Oh
oh
no.
my God, please do not do that to
It
yourself.
is. It's
Cut
coming
that,
back fast.
cut
It's
that
either
off.
that. It's either that or these teenagers. They've got this curly hair on the top, and they kind of look like what, llamas. You know what I mean? Like it's real long on just on top, and I don't know if some of them put perms, but it's really curly and really puffy. And I'm like, I grew up on Marine Corps bases. All my boys have it. Now this one,
Hot,
he did
hot.
try to pull it off, but I can't. But yeah, those mullets are coming back fast.
I tell anybody and everybody, they're like, I told my niece and my nephews, I showed them old pictures, and they're like, they were rolling, they were
I bet.
laughing. They're like, you wore your hair like that because
Oh my god.
I give them hell because their hair is long on top,
Mm-hmm.
boys, and they're
Yeah.
like, I bet you never had long hair. I said, yeah, I did, and I showed them another picture where I don't know if y'all remember that time period where it was cool to like part it down the middle and grow it long on the sides.
Like a page boy.
Yeah, and I had it long and shaved underneath, and it like got to about this long, but my hair gets to that length and it start to curl up.
So it's like a little Dutch boy. That's
Yeah.
funny. No.
Carla, did you ever have to deal with this stuff?
Well, I
With
graduated
your
from high school in 1994, so that was the head banging area, you
That was
know.
the aqua net and the hair dryer days.
Yeah,
So you had the big hair?
I think
of
we all did.
course.
That's funny.
Oh
Stick
my
it up,
God.
pull it up the top and spray it with Aquanet and
And hit it
tease
with the
it a
blow
little
dryer.
bit and go out the door. Yeah.
Well, let me
Yeah.
be the first to tell you, for every guy that was from that generation, anytime we leaned in to kiss you, we'd have a mouthful of Aquanet. Our lips, our lips would be shut because of the stiffness of it.
Yes, it was strong and flaky, but it was strong
Yes.
and
Yeah.
cheap, 99 cents a can, I think. Oh, that's funny days, y'all. That's funny. When
God.
I used to get, if I didn't get in big trouble, but if I ever got in trouble, my dad would literally ground me by taking my makeup and my curling irons. If I went to school and forgot to turn it off, because that's the days they didn't automatically go off, he would keep it. And you know what it's like going to high school? I graduated in 90, so it was the late 80s and 90. Going to high school with flat hair, it was terrible. It was awful. I could have probably been
That hair
killed.
was that tall, that tall,
Oh, yeah.
and it was like slick black right here. Like this was parted, and it was like split.
like Will,
Big old
like Will
part.
Smith in the day. Kid and play.
Oh my goodness.
That's
I
funny.
have yet to see that look come back, but I know some people that still wear it. Like
Like
I've
it's
seen
punk rock.
people in society that still wear the big hair.
Yeah. Like
No.
the
Yeah, I've worn my hair short for so long now that I joke with my hairdresser and tell her that I'm gonna I'm gonna grow it long, but I can't do it.
you couldn't. Oh, that'd be
I
hard.
I could do it. I mean, I could
Oh,
be
I'm not
disciplined.
challenging
I
you. That's
just
fine.
get the transitional phase, like when it's in that phase where it's not too short, not too long. You have to wear a hat to get
Because it
past that
sticks straight
stage.
out.
Yes, yes. So if y'all ever see me on a live and I have my hair all messed up like that, be kind.
We
Just
will.
say, just say, 12 gauge. Your hair looks wonderful.
And if I ever say, hey, 12 gauge, I think you need a haircut, don't take it offensively. No. No,
Well,
I'll
see,
just
but that's the thing too with doing hair for so long. Sometimes I tell people things that normal people probably wouldn't say. Not normal, but just a regular person might not say you need a haircut. So sometimes I think, oh, I don't know how they took that. They looked at me kind of weird.
right, exactly,
I'll just
exactly.
say they ear styling and profiling again, 12 gauge.
Styling and profiling.
Right, that's right. You have good hair.
I'm trying to
He's
think
looking.
of. You're
Go ahead.
looking rad. You're looking rad, 12 gauge. Gag me with a
Yeah.
spoon.
Yeah.
Gag me with a spoon.
That's right.
Kids nowadays don't even know what any of that stuff means. They'll
I
be like,
know.
"What?"
And we would use the word like they do bro or bruh.
Yeah,
I feel
bro.
like if
Mhm.
you call me bruh one more time, it's gonna
Oh
be
my
gone.
gosh! Last week I got into that fixation. I was bruh the whole week, calling my niece and nephew bruh. Hey bruh, what's up, bruh?
And then they look at you funny and say, "Why are you saying that?" My kids do it.
No,
I pick
they're
up a
cool
word.
with
They're
it.
like, "Why
They're
are you
cool.
saying that?"
No, they're cool with it. They're cool with it. I
Oh,
mean,
I
like
can't remember what it was. Go ahead.
I took my nephew to lunch today, and we went to Academy, to look around. So we went to lunch, and we're sitting there at the table, and I'm like, he gets his food, and it's huge, and the waitress is about to put mine down. I go, bruh, and she looked at me and stuck this big old grin, and I was like, oh, sorry about that. It reminds me of Bill and Ted. Y'all
It
remember
reminds you of
Bill and
what?
Yes.
Ted, right?
What was
Yeah.
Bill
it?
and Ted Great Adventures.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because that's how they talk. Bruh. Yeah, bruh.
Yeah. I'm like, no. Usually, if my kid, if he's like, "Bruh" or "Bro," it's like I know he's getting ready to either tell me a lie or try to convince me of something that I'm not going to believe in. That's
Oh my
usually when
god.
he does it really hard, like, bruh, I said,
Ooh.
no, I'm mom, not your bro, not your bruh.
Yeah. Dude was a big thing back then. Yeah,
It
dude.
was. My dad would have flipped if I said, dude. He would be like, no, you can't do that. But I say it all
Dude.
the time now as these kids got me brainwashed.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm at the
These kids
5 hour mark.
nowadays,
And I think I'm gonna close this down for the
that's
night. Y'all guys,
okay.
thank you so much for
Thank
hopping up
you.
here. You're
And
more
I,
than welcome to come up anytime, even if I don't invite you up and you wanna talk on something, just let me know. I mean, let me pitch my Sunday show right quick.
okay, I'm going to get down off. I'm going to figure this out. So let me go
Okay.
first. I need help. What do I hit to get out?
Just just hit that leave studio button to
Okay,
X.
leave. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye bye. Thank you for
Bye.
being up here. So I'm gonna
And I,
pitch my Sunday show right quick. It's Sunday Serenity, and it's not true crime at all. It's mostly talking about the lighter side of life and giving um some hope and faith, for people that are dealing with anxiety and depression and any kind of issues that you're going through that you might need, a little help along the way because we all need that. And I try to do that every Sunday. So if you're in the area and you'd like to join, the chat or whatever and listen to what we're talking about, hopefully you'll enjoy it. Carla, thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you. And next time, Ronnie and Aquarius is going to come up on this panel.
Yeah.
They
Yes,
better.
I'm with you. You keep on them. You keep on them.
They keep pushing me up here. I'm going to push them.
Aquarius wasn't in chat tonight. Maybe she was doing something with the family or something. But yeah, Rondi, you can I don't know what the call in thing is. I know that other creators have it, but I'm still pretty new to all that stuff. So if I do, I'll give you the number first and foremost, and we'll get you up here.
All right. See you later.
All right. Take it easy. Have a good night. Be safe.
All right. Bye.
Bye bye. Okay, the rest of you in chat, thank you so much for being in here. Thank you for your attentiveness. And if you watch this on replay, probably 2 or 3 times to get through the 5 hours, I really appreciate your dedication. And any show that you see in the near future, please join us. We have such a great time in here, and it's very light-hearted most of the time in the chat, and it's very calm. And there's a lot of great minds in the chat that keep it going. So, Paula, thank you for being here. Thank you, Rondi, for being here. You're more than welcome. And like I said, as far as you guys go and join that Justice for Ellen page on Facebook, if you have Facebook. And if you reach out to the parent, just let them know about the channel. You've been here long enough to know about the channel. I do talk about true crime, and let them know that I highlighted their daughter's case. And if they'd like to be up on panel, just let me know. I did put my email address in the chat, so if you need it, it's in the chat. And so thankful for you guys tonight, and thank you for hanging out with me on a Saturday night. Hopefully we can do it again soon. No copyright strikes or anything like that. YouTube, all this is for entertainment purposes, and it goes under the fair use. So with that being stated, you guys have a wonderful night. Be vigilant out there and take care of yourselves and be safe. Maestro, cue that music.